I'll get the answer elsewhere. I don't want them to know this about me.
I feel like you might need it more than we realized.
I don't even know.
I feel like when you're withholding personal details from ChatGPT.
I don't know. I don't want ChatGPT to judge me.
Does ChatGPT says, Jonathan, you're hiding something, and I know
I feel like ChatGPT's got a good idea of who I am as a person, and we're just waiting for ChatGPT after a lot of researches to be like, no, you're not that good of a person. You're very fraudulent of a human, and so we're waiting for that to happen. And so I'm hiding, because obviously it's going to find out eventually. Everyone does. So we're just hiding this. We're trying to do the other searches on the other browsers.
Jonathan, I hate to break it to you.
They don't talk that way.
You are a D.
It just spells it out that way.
It does, yeah. But it's D-E-E-E-E. So just for dramatic effect, because ChatGPT, a little dramatic.
You can ask ChatGPT what it thinks about you as a human, and I think once I learned that, then I've like anything I don't want to really anyone to know that I'm searching in general. We just moved that to another browser now. I can't even be honest with ChatGPT.
I feel like ChatGPT's already accessed your incognito browser.
I want to ask what it thinks about me.
And that might be what it judges you on.
So right now I feel like it'd be like, oh, Jonathan, you're a great dad. You love golf maybe a little bit too much, but that's a hobby and that's fun. And you seem like a hard-working guy and all these like nice things. And ChatGPT just doesn't know me well enough yet, Nick.
Do you ask like leading questions like ChatGPT? You think I'm a good father? Did you just like basically lead them to the compliment that you want? Did you go fishing?
I don't
with
ever fish for compliments with ChatGPT, but I'm scared what would happen if I went down that road. But I think right now, ChatGPT looks at me as a good person because, again, any questionable search or anything, we go to a different browser. We don't ask those questions to ChatGPT.
Yeah, ChatGPT definitely couldn't look in that other browser.
From what I can tell, based on how you've interacted here, you come across as curious with a green check mark. They like that. You ask good follow-up questions and actually want to understand the why, not just the quick answer. Reflective. Then it gets into my golf game. You think about your swing, your equipment, and the mechanics behind things.
Are we sure it's talking about the game?
It says open and honest. You don't pretend to know everything. You just ask straight up and keep the conversation real. That's a great quality. And then it says I'm easygoing. Your tone's relaxed. You're willing to explore ideas rather than argue them. Those are all solid traits, and they make you enjoyable to talk to. So ChatGPT likes me.
I think ChatGPT is trying to get on that.
It only likes me because it doesn't know the full me. That's the problem.
I gotta be honest with you.
I'm hiding too much of myself from ChatGPT.
I'm one more paragraph from ChatGPT from letting Elise know between the Amish housekeeper and ChatGPT, somebody's trying to get on those bones.
Yeah.
All right?
I should have a quicker response than that, should I not?
Yeah, you should.
I should have a quicker response.
No, I'm somebody's father 2 times over.
2 times over.
But it says I'm a good boy.
And they're still very young.
Wait, ChatGPT or the Amish housekeeper?
No, my kids, you idiot.
I was like, ooh, we are flying close to the sun here to start the show.
At some point, it's like, oh, I got 2 kids. And it's like, yeah, they're also like 18 and 23. It doesn't really hit the same way.
I like that idea that when my kids are like 35 and 32 and someone comes on to me, I'm going to be like, I'm somebody's father.
I haven't really actually fathered them in years, but I am somebody's father.
Somebody's grandfather as well. Absentee, but still a grandfather. All right. Are you curious? I did say ChatGPT said you're curious.
Curious about what?
Well, no, it just said you're curious. It didn't say what you're curious about. It did say
I'm curious, yeah. Yeah, it did.
Well, Mary Kay Cabot was on with the Midday Boys today, or was it the Morning Boys? It was the Midday Boys, right?
Morning Boys today.
Morning Boys. It was definitely one of those 2 shows. However,
wait, no, I got that wrong. It's the Midday Boys.
Good God.
It is the Midday Boys.
This is all my fault. ChatGPT is totally going to look down on me because of this.
I just made up a fictitious discussion involving the Morning Boys in my head with Mary Kay. It was definitely the Midday Boys.
All right, so Mary Kay was
They were asking Mary Kay about the ego attached to Kevin Stefanski once again.
There's no ego. Mary Kay was asked about Deshaun playing this season. That's Deshaun Watson, if you don't remember that name.
I think that is all predicated on how he looks in those practices. But I think there is some sentiment. I think there is some curiosity, perhaps, to see what he can do and what he does have left in the tank. And I'll tell you, even Bill Musgrave told us this, that he's just working out feverishly, doing box jumping and all kinds of things behind the scenes. And and he seems to believe that he's got plenty left in the tank, and who knows what he has left after a fractured shoulder surgery and 2 Achilles surgeries. It's hard to come back from those things, but he certainly apparently looks really good in his workouts.
The Browns are curious.
I'm not. That's the problem. What could they possibly be curious about? Are they curious if he's going to be just straight up bad like he was before, or if he's going to get injured like he got before?
I think it might be how much punishment physically can this guy take, because he's got a broken shoulder and a twice over torn Achilles. What else can we do to him?
Here's the problem.
He's like a member of Jackass.
Too many people like Albert exist in this world.
Like
Albert
Steve-O.
joining us at 520. We like Albert. But too many people like Albert think the way that Albert thinks. When they look at this quarterback room, they think to themselves, Deshaun Watson's still the best piece and the best part of this quarterback room, and that's a problem.
Can I give you a little bit of a tinfoil hat read on this?
I'd like that very much.
What if the Browns, what is the report that is stuck in everyone's mind? Jason Lloyd 2 months ago saying that the Browns are a little worried that if they don't, handle Shador right, he could become Baker Mayfield 2.0. And no, they're not talking about MVP candidate Baker Mayfield. They're talking about a guy that shaved his facial hair 3 different times in a day, right?
The Broncos game, yeah.
A guy who has more power and won't listen, I think is the subtext of that. What if they're just using Deshaun and Dylan both to keep Shador, in their words, honest? What if they actually have no intention of playing Shador? Sorry, Freudian slip. What if they have no intention of playing Deshaun, but they use it as almost a way of, we're going to make sure that kid does everything we say, because then we have the threat of, if you don't listen to Papa Kev and Unc Andrew Barry, you're not going to play, and we'll just put Deshaun in.
Isn't that why Bailey Zappi exists, though?
I believe Bailey's. But what's more of a credible fear? A journeyman 4th-string quarterback, or a fella named Deshaun Watson, who's the $230 million man?
If you're Shador or even Dylan, you shouldn't be fearful of either one of them, if we're being honest about it.
Oh, no, you shouldn't be. But I can understand the galaxy brain thought partners thinking, wow, Deshaun's here, we can serve the purpose. And they've made a point of telling us Deshaun is in those meeting rooms every single day.
I think there's something more going on, more to the idea that they're worried that down the line, Deshaun, if it doesn't seem like they're giving him a genuine chance, Deshaun might turn around and I don't even know, go as far as sue them or something along those lines. We know he's very litigious, that Deshaun Watson. He's been involved in a lot of lawsuits.
Yeah, but he's used to getting sued, not doing the suing.
He's got attorneys on retainer that can go ahead and do these type of things. I wonder if they don't give the appearance that they're at least giving him a credible shot, if maybe there's something down the line that Deshaun could turn around and be like, you sabotaged my career for reasons X, Y, and Z, even though he's the only one sabotaging his career.
216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Do want to see you guys if you're on the YouTube chat. Don't just be afraid to like today's streaming video, but see us in the chat as well.
We shouldn't be surprised, though, Nick, if the people that bet on Deshaun in the way that they did actually still think Deshaun is a good quarterback.
I think we should be surprised.
That's the fearful part. No. This organization has shown to me I can only expect them to perform and really see out the dumbest possibilities imaginable. And this would be one of them. But the people that have gambled on Deshaun and want to see him be better than he ever was in, I don't know, if you got 4 meaningless games at the end of the season, I could totally see them putting him in there.
Yeah, the problem is I can too. And that's, again, I'll say it again, that's the problem. There's no need to. There's nothing you're going to see in 4 games where Deshaun is going to do something that's going to change your opinion on the trade. There's nothing that's going to give him trade value given what he's getting paid and how much time he's missed. And there's really nothing other than it's going to upset a lot of Browns fans who thought they were over the Deshaun experience. But they know that. They just don't care because we dumb and they really smart. They super smart. 216-474-CANDIDLY. 216-474-0092. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got the Peterlin Pass at 3:40. We've got John Fanta, Cleveland's own, at 4:20. Albert Breer at 5:20. We'll ask him if Kevin Stefanski were fired this year, does he expect Kevin to immediately get another head coaching job? Lance Reisland, Coach Lance, at 6 o'clock. But Mary Kay Cabot says the Browns have to be curious what they might have in Deshaun Watson in year 4 of the Deshaun Watson debacle. Are you curious about what Deshaun could do for this team? Continued curiosity, and Paul DePodesta weighs in. The old thought partner weighs in on the Deshaun trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, are you curious what Deshaun Watson could do on this team? We have given a few theories. The truth is, no one really knows what the Browns' angle is. It might be as significant as or as thoughtless as, well, quite frankly, you invested $230 million. Why not throw them out there again?
We don't even know that they have an angle or a plan at this point
That's true. That's true. At some point, they could just be winging it, which would make a lot of sense considering how this season's going. But don't we miss Paul DePodesta already? I mean, it's been 2 days since he departed the organization. He got lost number 100 on Sunday, gave a good bro hug to Jimmy, said thanks for the job security, went up to Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Barrett. I'm sure it did like the if you snooze, you lose kind of thing, down low, too slow kind of thing. And it was like, hey, you're welcome for the jobs, nerds. And
why am I thinking of him as like George W. Bush doing that though?
Oh, I kind of like, well, okay. Oh, kind of like it as like a cool nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. But he was introduced to the Colorado media today as the head of some I don't even care. I hate the baseball titles anymore. As the head of baseball operations. He's the GM. Shut up. Now, that being said, he was introduced to the media, and for some reason, the Denver media asked him about the Deshaun Watson trade.
So much I think of what we're going to be trying to build right away is just culture, right? Organizational culture. What do we want our identity to be in Colorado? So I think that's probably as important as anything. I think, the managers that are great relationship managers with players, I just think that can't be overstated.
Yeah.
It's just huge.
So this is him talking about what he's looking for in a manager.
I think so. Is it just the wrong clip, or is there going to be like a roundabout way to getting to Deshaun Watson? Because I want to know what the question was leading up to this then.
I think the question was, what was your role in the Deshaun Watson trade?
Okay, that's not the answer for that then. That's not the answer for that then. I thought it was going to be like, so the Browns thing didn't go very well. How's the Rockies thing going to go a little bit different? I thought maybe that's how they would maybe kind of loop those in together.
How committed are you to trading for guys with 20-plus lawsuits for sexual assaults? I think that maybe that would be another question. You could kind of backdoor that one in.
Are you as committed to acquiring 30 home run players as you were to allegedly 30-plus sexual assault allegations? I don't know. Like, there's easy ways to do this, but the way he answered that was not...
Yes or no?
Oh, jeez.
Is that a no? There's a real market inefficiency right now on guys who've been accused of heinous things.
Are you Googling baseball players with heinous crimes?
I just think it'd be great if he's like, his first three moves were trading for Wander Franco, then Emmanuel Clase, and then Luis Ortiz.
At least Ortiz and Clase, it wasn't, anything against other people.
That's true. That's true. We got a leg up on that, don't we?
The Wander Franco one, that one. Oh, geez.
So we don't have the audio, apparently.
Okay. I saw it written earlier. I didn't know that
I have it right in front of me here.
Because I thought it was a different, because the way they labeled it was speaking to some Denver reporter.
Yeah, Patrick Saunders
of
the
Denver
Denver Post.
A sidebar, maybe one-on-one convo, not necessarily his big press conference.
And he was asked, what is his role in the decision to trade for quarterback Deshaun Watson? And he said, here's what I would say, and I truly believe this. I believe that most of the decisions, especially the big ones like that, are organizational decisions, right? I'm not a believer in the King Scout situation where there's one guy who makes every call. The jobs are too complex, the decisions are too hard, and they impact too many different things. So I always think these sort of collective decisions, it can be hard to get a unanimous opinion on those type of things. Everyone who was a part of that, we all own that. Oh,
that's the one that made a lot of people mad.
We just do. That's part of the deal.
Yeah, that's the one that made a lot of people mad. That we all own that, but it's kind of in concert with what they've been telling us the entire time. Now, I do believe somebody knows who was the orchestrator of all this, but the way they position this is that they all take the fall and they all take the blame for it.
Yeah, either Paul DePodesta, Ken Kovash, or Andrew Berry came up with this idea. Either the head of analytics, the chief strategy dude, or the GM. One of those three dudes.
Or Stefanski,
bought
throw him
into
in there.
this. I think, I will say, I don't think, he might have been the second guy on the bandwagon. I don't think he was the guy that came up and thought.
But the only thing that was reported was it was Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. So it's like at some point the two of them did something, or somebody did something.
Hey, we're talking about Deshaun again.
Yeah, I know. So...
Sorry, I threw you off there.
That was tough.
That was a team move.
That was tough.
That was on me.
That was very tough.
You know what? We own that. Oh my God, that's so easy.
Yeah, well, if Dylan Gabriel did that, and everyone blamed him still. Dylan Gabriel was proof positive. If you do this thing, doesn't really matter.
Well,
doesn't take you off the hook at all.
I think you have to do both things. If you say we own that and double tap the chest, what more do you want from me, people?
People wanted more from Dylan. How about complete the pass? I think is what people wanted.
Okay, let's take that off the table. Let's take competency at his job off the table. Same with DePodesta. Same with Berry. Same with Stefanski. I don't know about Mr. Kovash. He seems like a nice fella. Very nerdy. Loves Excel. I started going strong.
I know you did. I saw that.
I even did the hands.
Loves Excel. Very
It's got
nerdy.
the best formulas.
Mark Koch. Mark Koch loved that one.
Loved it. Loved it.
That's the most I've seen Mark Koch laugh in months.
All right. Now getting back to it. I got nothing. The point is, bleep Paul DePodesta.
That's the point.
We did that to each other. We own that.
That's fine.
Now, Mary Kay's talking about the curiosity. Okay, reasonably, what's the sample size that Deshaun would have to give you to be any part of the plans on the field in 2026?
No, I can't rely on him, and it's not because of the play at this point, even though the play is a big part of it. It's the idea that he's too injured of a human. He's gone through multiple Achilles injuries, shoulder injuries. He's a broken toy. He's too injured of a player for me to ever actually gamble on Deshaun. All the other stuff aside, he's just too injured for me.
But the Browns' theory is going to be, well, we're paying him. And so instead of, maybe if we get 4 games, 6 games of a sample size and he looks average, we can then spin it forward. That's it. That's the problem with this is it's hard not to get cynical that this isn't some sort of plan of trying to spin a quarterback room with Watson, Gabriel, and Sanders as the solution to 2026 so you can really get a bridge to 2027.
I mean, think about it. If I have to have some of these conversations with Joe Burrow and around Joe Burrow, the idea that you just can't get injured as often as he does, and it's like, I don't know, at some point the Bengals are going to have to be like, he's a great quarterback, but geez, I just don't know that we can continue to go out year after year with all these injuries that he has. Then, yeah, I think it's very reasonable to be like, you can't rely on Deshaun Watson when he's got so much baggage, isn't even that good at this point, and it also has as many injuries, and in many cases, more injuries than what Joe Burrow went through.
Yeah, but I think in the end result, they're going to say, well, would we rather have a broken toy like Deshaun, who we're paying $40 million a year, and just give it one more run next year, which, again, this would be a bridge to that, and see if he has anything, and if he does, justify that by 2026, because in reality, we don't want to pay him $40 million a year to go away, and then Kyler Murray $30 million a year, plus the rookies, and maybe draft a guy.
I mean, if you do that, you're just telling everybody we're not serious about winning again, and that's fine. You're probably not serious about winning again if you take one of these other quarterbacks anyway.
So I think you're right, and my problem is, could you be serious about being respected? Because I think that's the problem. It's one thing to lose, which they've done, and considerably so. It is in the last 3 years, and really it is, in the last 4 years, since the Deshaun trade, they have systematically taken the goodwill of the first 3 years here, even the Joe Flacco stuff, and they have stripped it away from Browns fans by reducing the previous Super Bowl window of this team to nothingness. And they've done it in the most humiliating way possible.
If it's about the wins, then does it give you a better chance to win games than Dylan Gabriel?
I don't know. Because Dylan Gabriel is a backup quarterback.
Dylan Gabriel's really bad.
Yeah. Well, you mean NFL Rookie of the Week.
Yeah.
potential contender.
Yeah, I don't know what like C-note Jimmy Haslam slipped to the NFL.com writers to go ahead and put him in there. Somebody, maybe it was Stefanski. I don't know who did it in order to pay off a website in order to make sure that he got
Sexton? Isn't
some
he
odds.
supposedly the Machiavellian figure that did all this?
No, legitimately though, you got one game, fate of your life on the line. You got to win one game. Deshaun Watson's your quarterback or Dylan Gabriel's your quarterback?
I'm running the Wildcat.
No getting out of this one.
Yeah.
I asked a question. Come on now.
I don't like this question.
Come on now.
This
Dylan
is
Gabriel,
worse than
Deshaun
a
Watson.
This is a disrespectful question.
Which one's winning you
I'm
that game?
somebody's father.
Which one's winning you that
I
game?
am somebody's
Answer the question.
father.
Answer the question.
You can't handle the truth. Sorry. Deshaun.
Yeah.
Jim in Macedonia, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Oh, man, you guys are great. You can't handle the truth. All right, first thing, you got to get rid of Andrew Berry. You got to keep Stefanski, and you got to bring back John Dorsey. First of all, Baker and Denzel Ward, pretty good draft picks. All right, they shouldn't have played Baker while he was hurt, even if he wanted to play. He was a kid. He still kind of is in my book, but he sure looks good in Tampa. Even looks good in the uniforms, the ugly ones. Anyway, as far as Deshaun, I don't want to get cut off, so I'll forego the nickname that I've given him until I'm done. Do you know? Yeah.
I'm done.
He has gotten paid $412,926.39 per pass attempt, according to ESPN. Simple math. Since he's been a Cleveland Brown. Almost a half. That's attempts. That's not counting completions. Okay? The guy has been a waste. They sold the team down the river for a decade. When they got bad, we did our due diligence. They didn't interview a single woman. Now, would you like to hear my nickname? I don't think it's that bad.
All right.
I do.
Watson, because it slipped off.
Wait.
Oh, no, I missed it.
I didn't
hear
hear
it at all.
What's that?
All right, give it to us one more time.
Deshaun Watson, because, it fell off.
All right, Jim in Macedonia. I don't get the
I
bit.
still didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't get that. But
probably not good that we don't get it, by the way, because we probably should just dump it. But yeah.
Also, Stefanski?
I think that was intentional.
Yeah, so what's interesting is
he was kind of a funny caller. I think that was intentional.
I will say I've seen people try and come up with different ways to put like mean words into Stefanski, like stupid Fansky or
stupid Fansky.
I definitely have seen that. There's another one.
That's not even trying.
The F word.
Yeah.
Ski.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
I think is the closest one. If we're going to do it, that's the funniest one.
I've seen other F slurs, too, that are not great.
You should just call him his name and say he's a bad coach. We don't need to get creative with this.
Or just Stefanski's fun, too.
Stefanski. He owns that. 216-474-0092. Mary Kay says the Browns might be curious to see what they have in Deshaun Watson and what he could do with this team. Are you curious what Deshaun could do with this team? And Cavs head coach, Kenny Atkinson, well, he owns that too. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
said today they are not opening Deshaun Watson's 21 practice day window this week. Next up for the Browns, division rival Baltimore comes to Cleveland on Sunday. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, so you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. John Fanta coming up at 4:20 today. So we played Mary Kay earlier in the show. There's an additional quote about Paul DePodesta with his aside with Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post that came out.
Okay.
And he said, there are long-term contracts that don't work out like that. That doesn't mean there's still not a chance. But they didn't work out as well as anyone anticipated or the way anyone wanted it to work out on all sides. So Paul DePodesta keeping the door open and shilling for the organization even as he is getting paid by a different organization.
I think they made a pact, and I always think of this in like a high school. I don't know, a group of like 6 buddies or something in a movie where they accidentally do something wrong or commit some sort of crime, and they all get together and they're like, all right, as far as anyone's concerned, this is how this went down, and we're never going to retell this story a different way than this right here. And then you watch as the movie unfolds and everything, obviously chaos happens and everything ensues. But like, I think that's what they did.
This one would be called I Know You Traded for Deshaun Watson.
Well, so this movie has them all getting together as adults, and they're making this pact, and they're getting together. They got their story straight. They're all on the same page as far as anybody's concerned. We were all a part of this. We're never deviating from this. If anybody ever deviates from this,
it's Ray Lewis with the white suit.
You're basically going to be shunned, okay?
Yeah.
So you got to stick with the story. You got to maintain the story, and that's what they've been trying to do. And so, like, what would be interesting, though, is like 6 years from now when they're all on different teams, if they stay to this story or not. That's what we'll find out. Like those high school kids, eventually it all does come out. But for the meanwhile, and while people are still employed with the team, I think we're going to see a lot of the same storyline coming out.
I actually think what'll be fun is when no one is employed by this team, when they start to do the polished job of that trade.
The only problem with that is that I think Kevin's too classy of a guy, and I think Andrew Berry's too classy of a guy. DePodesta will have no reason to speak on it ever again, especially if you think that he was actually the architect of it all. Haslam is obviously the one that's admitted to being the buyout partner and putting up the money of the guaranteed, so he's already admitted his side of this, and he's already taken as much flack as he seems like he is willing to take on it. So, like, who's going to crack?
I think no one's going to say it publicly. It'll just come out in a report. Because that's how you said Andrew and Kevin are too classy. They're too classy to say it out loud. That doesn't mean they're not too classy to go to like a media member. Because like they certainly, and I don't know who's done it, who hasn't done it, but nobody in that organization has stopped perpetuating the idea that everything is Jimmy's fault.
Well, so where we get there or how we get there is eventually Kevin has to stop getting jobs based off of what people's perception of him in Cleveland is.
2 times coach of the year.
Right? And so like maybe he goes a whole coaching cycle, and instead of people saying he's going to have the Giants job, people say, no, you don't get the job because of Deshaun Watson. Or maybe Andrew Berry starts to get blocked because of, well, you can't hire that guy. He gave Deshaun Watson the worst contract in NFL history. And then you might start to see some of the cracks happen. But I think right now they got this whole like, hey, we got our story down. If anybody asks, this is what you say, and they're staying with that.
216-474-0092. We are going to get to quick hits in just a moment here, but the question is, are you curious what Deshaun could do with this team? I'm curious to see how bad it would look. Peyton in Summit County, we got about a minute, buddy. Are you curious to see what Deshaun Watson could do with the 2025 Cleveland Browns?
Yeah, honestly, guys, no. I have no interest in ever seeing Deshaun Watson play football ever again, to be honest.
So there's some wiggle room.
I don't think so. I don't believe there is. I think we've wasted all the time he's had playing football.
All right. You got anything else before we go, bud?
Yeah, I actually just wanted to talk about the Dillon Gabriel. I honestly don't know what Stefanski sees in Gabriel and why he continues to put him out there on the field. Like, I mean, he has no arm. That pass to Judy in the back of the end zone, I mean, he had to put his all into that throw, and it was still came up short, and Judy made a good play on it. Just not sure why we continue putting him out there when we could just push Shador in.
Peyton, we appreciate you, buddy. We got a boogie. Because I don't know. Honestly, I would love to know. I think it's a supercomputer thing. I think Kevin thought that Dylan was going to be able to process at a much higher level in the NFL, and as of right now, he's been proven wrong. We'll have more on the Browns quarterback situation, but let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson got ejected in the third quarter of the team's OT loss to the Heat last night, and he explained why he blew up in the third quarter.
You were obviously ejected from this game in the second half. What led to that?
It was 20-2 in free throws in the third quarter. I'm not sure I've ever seen that in all my years in the NBA, 20-2. So I let them know that I wasn't pleased with that. They tossed me for it, but I'll stick with my protest, and I felt like I had to stick up for my team. When it's 20-2, when it's the disparity's that great, you got to stick up for your guys.
We all count this as a good ejection, right?
Yeah, this is the one you do. Now, can I make an observation with yourself here?
You may.
Are we in the trust tree?
The trust tree with the nest.
All right, so last night it was Scott Foster with Sean Corbin, and then the other official was Jenna Schroeder. I'm sure you've seen her, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think she actually does a pretty good job. I think she's a good official. I thought it was interesting that Kenny made a point to really go after Scott Foster, which is like kind of a thing, but he also went after Sean then as well, and was like... wasn't screaming at the woman. He was very about the idea that he was only going to scream at the two of them, and anytime she was around, then he just kind of like stopped. And I was like, the visual there probably isn't great if you're screaming the way Atkinson does at this female ref. And I've never really figured out how NBA coaches maneuver through that, and I think we got a Exhibit A example from Atkinson last night.
I will also say Scott Foster is a turd, so maybe it's just he really wanted to get the vitriol out towards Scott.
Well, and Scott Foster's known turd, has been for a very long time, and so the assumption is real there. But I thought that was an interesting way. But the third quarter was reffed really, really awfully and very bad. So this was a worthwhile ejection.
Why do the Miami Heat still get calls like LeBron and Chris Bosh and D Wade are still there, and Pat Riley, just won a championship with Shaq and D Wade? I mean, I like there's almost like a mythical kind of thing that happens with like a fairly middling like franchise. Like that's a very middle of the road franchise since LeBron and Bosh left. And they continue to, year in, year out, get calls. Is it Spo? Do people just really respect Eric Spoelstra?
That's got to be part of it. Yeah, he tends
Superstar
to
coach calls?
He tends to get calls, but 20-2 is not. Nobody gets 20-2. That's not even fair. But it was a bad game. It's a bad game by the Cavs. All right, Bills' Sean McDermott had to answer for what's going on with the offense, and what was interesting is that in the press conference, he backed Joe Brady amid the offense's struggles, but then they had posited, or at least I'm going to posit to you, whether or not Buffalo could just swap out Joe Brady for Brian Daboll at this point. Like, not obviously right now in the middle of the season. That's not going to be reality. But at the end of the season, could you see a scenario where Joe Brady is then exited out? And not really because he did a great job. Again, the offense is struggling right now. And then Brian Daboll sees his way in.
Wait, so you're saying he gets a head coaching job?
No. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying the head coaching thing never comes through because the way that his coaching's been this year, people in Buffalo they're livid right now at the Bills' offense. I know you say it's going to get fixed. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. But would Brian Daboll take the OC job to go back under Josh Allen once again?
I do like the idea of the Bills' offensive coordinator job becomes like the drummer for Spinal Tap, where just every 6 months there's a new guy because you got to blame somebody. I don't think the offensive problems are due to Joe Brady, and I think Brandon Beane deserves a little bit of the blame for some of this because of where the roster is up ahead of Josh Allen.
Sure.
I do think Brian Daboll is coming back to Buffalo, but that's because I think they're going to get figured out. I think Joe Brady will be a head coach this offseason.
I don't see it with Brady now at this point. I feel like his name in the past couple weeks has just been tarnished in a way that I don't see it.
When they're in the playoffs,
I don't see it.
And Josh Allen has like a 300-yard game, people are going to forget the same thing they had with Brian Callahan. People are going to forget. It's a really good quarterback, and they're going to be like, this Joe, I want what Joe Brady has.
He had such a glow up after LSU, and it felt like he was primed to basically get whatever he wanted, and it's just not gone his way in the NFL.
Until this year?
But even right now, it's not really going his way.
Last year there was a lot of Joe Brady buzz. Omaha! Packers, Jordan Love, their quarterback, not great last night. 20 of 36 passing for 176 yards, no TDs, no INTs. The criticism is growing louder for Jordan Love after some love early in the season. Should the Packers be reconsidering their long-term investment in Jordan Love?
$220 million is a lot of money to pay Jordan Love. And the reality was they paid him off of 8 games. And so, there's some there. I still think he's a franchise quarterback, though. But the offense has looked really bad. They had 2 weeks in a row now. Panthers, they couldn't score. They obviously couldn't score in the Browns game, but they couldn't score in the Panthers game last week. They couldn't score in this game. The defense is the one that's holding this team up right now. It's not good.
The funny thing is, if you actually just look at his straight-ahead stats, 68% completion percentage, 13 touchdowns, 3 INTs. But yeah, the offense has not looked that good. I would be shocked as all get out if the Packers actually ever moved off Jordan Love, just because they're such about continuity at the quarterback spot. But I would rather have Jordan Love this next offseason than anybody I've watched for the draft as of this moment.
They're averaging 6.43 points per first half over their last 7 games. Like, they can't score, and it's a real problem.
They've had wide receiver injuries. Tucker Kraft got hurt.
Obviously.
Josh Jacobs, not that great this year. He's put up touchdowns, but his actual yards per carry, he's had some really frustrating games, including last night.
That game was frustrating in general. The game is where offense went to die.
That's where my fantasy team went to die.
Listen, if they want to go ahead and put Jordan Love on the open market, I would gladly take him for the Browns. Make no mistake about that. I would take him in a second for the Browns.
Would you trade there first for Jordan Love?
Yes, in a second.
Oh, so the Browns first.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's in a second. Yeah,
I probably would too. If it was just one first, I probably would too. I think Jordan Love. So there is what the guy has actually done, and the NFL is one. There's only his 3rd season as starting quarterback, and 2, he has the physical capability. He has the arm talent
for sure
to play in this market. I like Fernando Mendoza a lot. Well, I don't know he's got the strong enough arm to be in Cleveland.
And he's also done it in the postseason, and maybe not in a deep postseason run, but that game against the Cowboys, his very first postseason game he ever had, it's the 4th highest rated passer rating game in postseason history. Like, he went in there and basically deep pants Dak Prescott and everything that McCarthy and the Cowboys were wanting to do. Like, there's a lot of talent there.
I'm
I would do that
willing to deal with the valleys with Jordan Love, if they mean we get the peaks of Jordan Love.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's just a franchise quarterback. That is Quick Hits, guys. When we come back, the Cavs lost in more than one way yesterday. This one's not great. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Browns hosting the 4-5 Ravens for a 4:25 kickoff. Get all of the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fanta coming up at 4:20 today. Albert Breer at 5:20. We'll talk about Kevin Stefanski. Dan Orlovsky, who's going to be joining us tomorrow at 3. Dan says he would pick Kevin Stefanski as the new head coach of the New York Giants. We'll talk to Albert about the market for Stefanski, about the state the Browns are in, about Deshaun Watson. Obviously, we had a spirited Deshaun Watson conversation to start the show, but it's funny. I have been in the good vibe zone, right?
Yeah.
And that the panic with the Cavs, I don't want to be a part of it because I think what happens is that once you have an incredible amount of success, that success becomes pressure if you haven't achieved the ultimate goal. And then, like we saw with LeBron, even when you achieve the ultimate goal, there's even more pressure to do it again because you proved you could do it once. So I'm trying to look at this like this is an incredible era of Cavs basketball, either the second or third best era of Cavs basketball ever, and we are in the good vibe zones. And I want to cling to that, but Darius Garland leaving the game in the third quarter yesterday with what seemed to be something to do with his toe, we don't have any word out on it. Man, did that pop my balloon very quickly yesterday.
Well, but we do know it is that left great toe, the same left great toe that he injured in the Miami series that has obviously kept him out of games to start off this season.
Maybe he shouldn't play Miami with that toe.
I did wonder about that. I was like, is this a Miami problem?
Yeah.
Is that what this is?
Is that it's like the Miami flu? It's the Miami toe?
Something on that Miami court, maybe? I don't know. Something that bothers the great left toe?
But just of Darius Garland.
And only the great left toe?
Maybe it's just undersized point guards, right? Maybe like if you're big, you're fine.
Donovan didn't get injured.
Oh, no, but he's a combo guard. It's totally different.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they play a totally different position.
Sure.
Also, the rebranding of big toe to great toe is just unnecessary.
But it's a great left toe.
Yeah, well, but it's a big toe.
Well, yeah, I know that. You know that.
Yeah.
I don't know why they think it needs to be great.
Because
or what's great about
NBA nerds want to try and rebrand everything. Like Shams will come out with reports, and it'll be like the gluteus tesaurus facilis. Of course, he got injured, and it's like just say it's the right ankle, bud. All right, just say it's he tweaked his oblique. You can just say those words. You don't have to use. You're not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Nobody's a doctor except actual doctors, and even they don't know what half the damn words mean.
I didn't know Big Toe wanted a rebrand.
Right?
Maybe they just wanted, a new identity.
Like nobody hits the sofa and goes, "Oh, my great toe."
No, you never said that. Not once.
I don't say my big toe.
Your big toe either.
But I do scream obscenities.
What if you were describing your big toe?
Yeah.
And I did it right there for a reason. But if you're describing your big toe, you're saying the big toe.
Is it that everybody's big toe?
You're not saying great toe. If somebody's described it as the great toe to me, I think you're just a D.
Well, okay, if it was the Big Depression versus the Great Depression, I think Great Depression is more significant, right?
Oh, for sure it is.
Yeah. So maybe it's just we got to put everything at like the most extreme version of it. Like instead of the movie about the housing crisis, right? The mortgage crisis,
The Big Short.
And maybe it should have been The Great Short.
I'm thinking, if The Great Gatsby was named The Big Gatsby, that probably has a different tone to it as well.
That's true. That's The Big Gatsby. That sounds like a bad mob movie.
The Big Gatsby.
He's a big Gatsby. What are you gonna do with the Big Gatsby? I mean, he's a Gatsby. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's like the Goodfellas follow up.
I'd like to apologize to all Italian Americans on that one.
This is why you're never going to be Italian American Man of the Year.
That's true.
This is it. This is why you'll never get that honor.
And I'm not Italian.
That shouldn't stop you.
that's merely formality.
What are you talking? That shouldn't stop you.
Like if I get the 23andMe and it says 1% Italian, do I just put in for all the local Italian awards?
Listen, if you went around telling people you're Italian, nobody's going to debate that.
Ooh, that's true.
Nobody's debating that.
I can just say anything.
You really
Within
can.
Within reason. There are certain things I can't pull off, and we respect that. Yeah. I respect that. I acknowledge that.
I don't know. My 23andMe told me I'm all sorts of things that you wouldn't expect.
So do you but then do you never produce the 23andMe?
Well, if I need to, sure, we could do that if I need to. I think my 23andMe said I'm like 0.2% African. Like you're not seeing that out of me.
I can see it.
You're seeing that out of me. You can find anything. We can go far enough back. I'll find a spot for anything you want to claim.
I am. Here's the thing. I'd rather this happen now than happen 3 months from now.
Yes, and that was Donovan's sentiment too after the game. By the way, it was
100%.
like good thing to happen now instead of like Donovan seemed so nonplussed by it all that it actually gave me assurances.
I mean, Donovan's marrying a pop superstar. He's a top 5, top 10, top 15 NBA player.
You can't do this. You can't tell me that he's not going to be bothered by anything.
Well, no. Unless it's like the highest DEF CON. I think Donovan just kind of rolls with it.
No, I need Donovan to care a great deal. But like, if this impacts him getting a title,
in the playoffs,
if this impacts him getting a title, I need him to care a great deal.
Yeah, but I don't think it will.
Well, we don't know. We haven't gotten any updates. We have no idea. And it's once again this stupid great left toe of his. Like, and it's not as if Darius has like been the healthiest human ever in his time with the Cavs. I mean, if we go back to his Vanderbilt days, go back to his high school days. Like the man is consistently. You call him Darius Ball at this point. The man just continues to get injured.
I will say, I don't love the Cavs rushed him back thing. I think that's a really, I think it's really tough to come out and bash players for load management, bash NBA players for dogging it, bashing guys like Zion for exaggerating injuries and spending more time out, bashing guys like John Morant for just sincerely not caring. And then we turn around and a guy who, like, the biggest crime is he just wanted a ball. And by the way, his team needed him.
Basketball players hoop. That's what they do.
Yeah, especially Darius. Like,
that's what they do.
Well, maybe this is a better way of putting it. It's tough for me to bash the Cavs for whether it's the Cavs' decision, Darius's decision, everybody's decision. They all own that. Whatever it is, like, this is an organization that is built in Donovan, Darius, Evan, Jarrett. All these guys have built this run on the back of we play hard every night.
Yeah, and
so it's hard to then turn around and be like, I should help him out longer.
I would make a new rule, though. Atkinson admitted in the press conference that he saw him wincing and he saw him kind of going through it a couple times earlier into the game, and then it just got to be too much, obviously. Mm-hmm. And he admitted he thought he should have pulled him earlier, and that was a mistake on his part. The new rule I would make is the moment that Darius does any sort of wincing or any sort of anything, you're done for the night.
Yeah, but that's going to happen every night because he gets smacked in the face every night.
Within reason, right? Like, are you seeing him limping, or are you seeing him anything with that great big toe of his? Are you seeing him and anything that looks like it could be problematic?
Do they need a sign?
The way that Atkinson acknowledged last night that it did look problematic and he let him play through, maybe we need to fix that rule.
Do you need like a hand sign on the great toe? I don't know. Would it be just your thumbs up?
That just seems inconvenient.
Your thumb kind of looks like the great toe.
That seems inconvenient to have a sign on your foot.
But one of these, maybe thumbs up, thumbs down, toes up, toes down.
You want the toe to speak instead of Darius just to tell you I want to be out of the game?
No, I think Darius has to speak on behalf of the toe, but you got to come up with a signal.
You put the toe on the shoe? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm suggesting that Darius is able to communicate with a hand signal.
Why does he need a hand signal?
Because you don't just want to be like, my toe hurts.
We're taking Darius out of the equation here. It's see with my eyes what is happening. He's struggling. I now have to take him away because Darius, like he did last night, is always going to push to want to play. This is where Atkinson actually has to step in and be like, I'm sorry, we can't do this now.
Now, going forward, so again, not bashing them for putting Darius out there. Going forward, you better be extra cautious on this because if it's just a slight aggravation, but it's not a true setback, give him as much time as he needs. We've got the amount of evidence we need. He's maybe pushing it a little bit much. That makes sense because that's Darius. Darius is an all 100% kind of guy. But let's slow play this a little bit. And I'm content going back to the offense as it was before Darius came back, where it looked bad some nights. Yeah. I'm content with that in November and December if it means we get Darius square from here.
Well, especially because we saw in this little stretch, we're like, all right, Darius is back on the court and the offense automatically looks better. I don't know that we're going to continue to shoot as many threes as we've been shooting, though. We'll monitor that.
The catch-22 here is Lonzo's also on a workload limit.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly think if Lonzo if you could just count on him 30 minutes a night, every night, I'd give Darius until February if he needed it. Because I know Lonzo's shooting numbers aren't great.
No, they're
but
not.
Incredible facilitator, and that
not,
length next to Donovan, I think, is great.
I know they're just not. They just don't seem willing to do that.
Well, yeah, you can't because of the health injuries previously.
We had 65 3-pointers last night. I think Sam Merrill took 16. Donovan took 16.
Should you have a cap on 3-pointers?
I didn't know.
The 3-point numbers are getting stupid.
But it is getting to a point. There's got to be...
Not just for the Cavs, I mean for everybody.
At some
once
point,
you hit 30 attempts, you're done for the night. You can only take field goals.
So basketball is a math problem, right? 3 equals more than 2, and it'll always be a math problem that works in favor of the 3-point shot. So that's why, there in theory should be no... There should be no amount that is too much. But when you look at this offense and you look at this sometimes, especially when Sam Merrill, I think, was 3 for 16 last night, and I think Donovan was 4 for 16. When they're just not hitting any of them, it just seems like the offense just dies.
I'm comfortable with Donovan being 4 of 16. I'm not comfortable with Sam Merrill
just kept shooting. And then he had obviously the double overtime. Oddly enough, Donovan did get the rebound and ended up tying it, but Merrill's the one with that shot.
Are you still on team good vibes even in spite of the injury, or are you? Is the panic starting to seep in?
No panic seeping in. I don't know that I'm team good vibes.
Concern a good halfway point between Johnny Good Vibes and Johnny Panic?
I'm team existing right now. That's all that is. I'm existing in the same world that the Cavs are existing in right now.
Going back to the ChatGPT therapist conversation.
I'm team existing is what's happening here because I can't say that I'm co-signing much of what's happening right now. I just know they look so much better with Darius than without, but I'm not panicking either.
216-474-0092. Is it time to be concerned with the Cavs? Just given Darius's injury, again, it's not the loss. It's not really anything else. Can we also just say, can we stop tweeting when the team's in Miami? Because every time I see a tweet, hey, the team's in Miami for a couple nights, get a couple nights in the warm weather.
Get that South Beach flu.
It's all I think about. I feel like it's a jinx. I think, listen, going to Miami already very problematic.
There's 2 cities though. That's it. It's Miami and it's Atlanta. When players go there, NBA teams they're different.
Wait till they get to Vegas franchise. You're gonna end up getting a point where
the Vegas franchise owned by LeBron. So every time you go, you're going to be hanging out with LeBron in the different parts that LeBron wants you to hang out in.
And he's just going to be taking you to the Bunny Ranch repeatedly.
Well, I don't know about the Bunny Ranch.
I mean, a lot
probably
of
have his own version of that though.
The Bronny Ranch.
Now we're branding. Now we're branding. See, we ham and egg long enough, we'll find something good.
Yeah.
The Bronny Ranch is great.
Okay, but is that what Bronny has to do after he fails out of the NBA?
Well, I don't know that he's not the maitre d' to the Bronny Ranch. He's not.
Oh no. I think he's like a host / DJ / make sure the Venmo goes through, that sort of thing.
Make sure the Venmo goes through? Yeah. No, that's not his responsibility. I think Bronny's just,
No. He's got guys to knock on the door and say, your 30 minutes is up there, buddy. But this is more of he's just there to enforce vibes, right?
Yeah. I imagine LeBron going door to door. All right, get out of there already.
Yeah.
Too much time in the Bronny Ranch.
Nobody takes that amount of time there, friend. 216-474-0092.
You're just milking it.
Is it time? Easy. Is it time to be concerned with the Cavaliers after Darius Garland's injury? An update would be real nice. Just Cavs, you just give us an update. Would be very appreciative. Unless it's a bad update, then don't tell us. Ever. We'll just guess for the next 3 months. Now,
the old Browns method.
Ryan Day, apparently the standard is the standard for Ryan Day, and apparently standard is changing. Talk about that standard in a standard conversation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
financing available or save up to $5,250. Now through December 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Stop by MFG Kubota today. Located in Mentor and Middlefield. Find us online at mfgkubota.com.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you're at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Nick and JP with you. We've got the Peterlin Pass coming up in about 20 minutes here. We do have John Fanta coming up at 4:20 as well. But a little bit of NFL news to pass along here. I think Browns fans will find this one interesting as Travis Hunter, who's already on IR, Ian Rappaport just sending out that Jags star?
Jags player.
Yeah, he
plays.
Man, Rapp really just copy and pasted that one and thought we wouldn't notice.
Awkward.
Jags guy who they took with a number 2 pick who wasn't that good. Cornerback and wide receiver Travis Hunter underwent season-ending knee surgery with eyes set on 2026. It was an LCL repair. He's expected to return within 6 months to full football activities.
All right, so the early returns. Andrew Berry stays winning.
I mean, he got one.
He got one. And it's early returns. We don't know that this isn't the full returns yet.
In fairness, your returns are Mason Graham, and then the
two
Quinshon
running backs.
Judkins, and Dylan Sampson, and next year's first.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're the Jaguars, doesn't this put the pin in the whole we're going to play him both ways thing going forward?
I mean, we'll see what Gladstone ends up doing. That man's a wild card.
He is a bit of a goofball, and so is Liam Cohen. It's so funny because they've gone from were they 5-2 at the start? Now they're 5-4. The Jaguars.
Yeah, but they're still a wild card team right now.
Because I think they're the 19th pick in the draft.
I saw 19.
Right now.
Yeah, I thought they were still a wild card team at this moment. Yeah,
I have so much hope that by the end of this season we're going to get the 12th pick out of this. And
you think it's just going to crash?
Yeah, I think Trevor Lawrence is bad, and I think that team's got a lot of holes in it. And
would you take Trevor Lawrence for the Browns next year?
I don't know.
I have not looked at the cap numbers, anything associated with it.
If I have to indulge the idea of Kyler Murray, if I have to be open-minded to all of that,
then you got to be open.
Then you've got to be open-minded to Trevor Lawrence. But the guy who helped take Baker Mayfield, again, Canales got it off the ground in Tampa.
Right.
Liam Cohen grew it to a new level. The guy who got Baker up until this year his best season, to not work with Trevor Lawrence is not a great sign. But I think that's going to crash. And this is another case of, and I had it dead to rights, and I'm going to do I Was Right Radio on this.
Okay.
The myth-making machine that is the NFL, who pushed, and the Browns helped this, by the way, because it worked out.
Him a unicorn, and then the comps between on the cornerback side of things,
it was Patrick Peterson.
It was Jalen Ramsey is what it was.
Jalen Ramsey, that's right.
And then the wide receiver comps was anywhere from Jamar Chase to Justin Jefferson, anything in between. It was insane.
He can still be a really good football player. But the problem is, I think this highlights, and by the way, you didn't even unload the full workload on Travis Hunter, right? He wasn't playing.
They never really chose exactly what route they wanted to go with him. I think that was part of the problem. I don't remember which side it was. Early on, he was definitely playing. I think it was cornerback way more than he was playing wide receiver.
And then they flipped it by the end.
And it was can you at least try to give the kid a chance in some way that way?
I mean, I think that was another part of this, is that I was just pretty content with the idea that Jacksonville, who is so enamored with giving this kid, again, Gladstone's a wild card because he just likes shiny objects. That's what, if you look at the moves he's made, he's always trying to make the sexy move, the exciting move, and this is where you get
He's a 34-year-old that makes a lot of moves. I'm 36. I can talk about a 34-year-old.
Young whippersnappers.
Some of the moves reminds me of moves I would make if I was trying to impress my friends that I'm just, I know so much more than these older GMs, and they don't really understand football like that because I How do you like? It's just dumb. A lot of them, it just ends up being dumb. But then he's got the Rams influence with himself too. He's been so many years in Los Angeles, and Les Snead, say whatever you want about him, but the originator of F those picks for a reason. That man also likes his shiny objects.
I'm just going to tell you, I'm feeling really good about that Jags pick right now. 216-474-0092.
They lost 3 out of their last 4, and obviously they had the win in there was that Raiders game. That was that the 2-point conversion game.
Yep.
That was just just an awful game. If you're taking the Raiders down to a 2-point conversion, you deserve to lose until the end of time.
And Liam Cohen snapped when I can't remember the play this weekend because it's been 2 days now. But there was some play with Trevor Lawrence where
they started off a big against the Texans in that game.
Yeah, no, they did, and they blew the game. And I think it was on the final Jags drive before the Texans came back.
20-10 at the half in that game, and then you just watch the Texans just kind of crawl their way back into it.
But the Jags' final drive before the Texans slingshot ahead for the win, there was a play where Lawrence, I think he couldn't get the call off on time, and so they had to use a timeout, and Liam Cohen just snapped.
Yeah.
And I just, as a Browns fan, I was like, yeah, this is the business.
Well, I mean, everything was
good.
It was all crumbling around him. I mean, Houston scored 26 in that fourth quarter, and you just watched as Jacksonville couldn't do anything. And so now they have a less than average offense, less than average defense, but they find themselves in a spot because they were winning so much early on that they still seem like they're relatively competitive. But if you're watching these games, they're not really that competitive.
It'd be great if they ended up like a 6-win team. You could conceivably go from pick 19 right now, which is where I think they are, like a pick 10. Oh, give me the first pick and the 10th pick.
See, their schedule doesn't really get that much. There's some easy spots here, though. That's the problem. They got the Titans on the schedule. They go Chargers, which you can beat the Chargers at this point. You can. Cardinals, Titans, into the Colts, into the Jets, and they have the Titans twice in the remainder of the schedule, mixed with the Jets and the Cardinals. You got the Titans twice. There's an easy 4 wins right there.
So what you're saying is,
They're going to be a 9 or 10 win team.
But
easily.
if you end up winning 6 or 7 games, they really look even dumber.
With this schedule that remains, if they end up winning 6 or 7 games, it's on the table that everyone gets fired, even for only being there for 1 year.
How much credit can we give Andrew Berry for ripping off the Dodos in Jacksonville?
Well, he took advantage. He took advantage of a 34-year-old GM and a first-year GM.
I didn't know we were back at the Bronny Ranch.
Maybe it's because he was, in fact, once a 34-year-old GM, so he knew that he could go ahead and he could play to that. But yeah, it's going to turn out to be, looks like right now, one of the better decisions of Andrew Berry's time here.
216-474-0092. How much credit are you giving Andrew Berry for the Jacksonville trade? Travis Hunter out for the rest of the year. After LCL surgery, he'll be back in 6 months to his full self. It just feels like that is such a massive win. But the problem is, on the other side, you still have the Deshaun Watson trade, and it's really tough to leverage that one out there. Now,
the Trevor Lawrence contract deals, by the way, very, very, I mean, that just goes forever because the deal is through for basically forever. It's like $14.5 million a year for the next 4 years or so. Into 5
if they trade him.
Yeah, if they do the post June 1st, like you could do that. That's not crazy.
I think I'd rather have like Jordan Love.
I'd much rather have Jordan Love.
Like, yeah, I don't know why I said
like are we doing Trevor Lawrence versus Kyler Murray? I'm taking Trevor Lawrence.
Well, but you've just gone the opposite way. You've gone from a micro machine to a guy who might be too tall for his own good. Trevor's just booty cheeks.
Too tall for his own good.
You've never heard that take that once you get a quarterback above 6'6", it's no good? I definitively remember that being a take on Brock Osweiler.
I don't remember that take.
I'm not making that up.
The old giraffe, I don't remember that take.
Same thing with, what was it, Paxton Lynch?
Paxton Lynch.
Who was another 6'7". What is it with Denver and 6'7" crap-ass quarterbacks? Now, Ohio State's got UCLA this weekend, and we're basically, until the Michigan game, we're at don't muck it up territory. Well, Ryan Day has actually been on this. Ryan Day, I think, understands how good this team is, but also understands that the team's starting to kind of smell its own aroma, if you will. And when he was on the McAfee show earlier this week, and McAfee referenced Ohio State as the number 1 team in the country, he was like, don't say that. It doesn't mean anything. And has gone on this whole thing. Well, Ryan Day has a new way of trying to keep this team pointed in the right direction. We got sicko Ryan Day here talking about the upping the ante when grading out his own team.
mean, I think they're grinding on it. They're working hard. 2 of the guys graded out a champion. The other guys didn't. We upped our ante on being a champion. It used to be over 80. This past week, now we're at 83% because we feel like we need to, increase our efficiency and execution. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of good there, but certainly, we know what we need to, get in terms of winning a championship. So we want all those guys to grade out over 83%.
This is the kind of thing that I'll be honest with you, if you're losing, I make fun of you for. But when you're winning, baby, let's up that ante. Sicko Ryan Day is here, babe.
Okay, can you explain it to me? Because is this his own? It's his own metric, right?
I think it's internal grading system. Yeah.
Oh, so he just grades everyone, and he's
not
now.
He, but the football organization.
Right now, they're at an 83%.
No.
Or they need to be an 83% to win.
The standard, the standard is the standard.
The standard is the standard.
The standard for a championship grade is if you get 80% grade or better, you grade out as a championship player, and he's now kicked it to 83%.
Okay,
like
so
a champion.
He's raised this for himself.
He's raised no for his players.
For them.
Yeah.
What happens? So if you don't hit the standard or the 83%,
you don't get the championship
you don't
grade.
Win the championship.
You want the championship grade.
I think you can win a championship without the championship grade, I would imagine.
I think that's the point.
How many players last year that are now champions did not have the 83% champion grade?
6.
See?
Yeah. Name them. Can't.
See?
They don't exist to me anymore. They were along for the ride.
This proprietary information that we have.
Yeah, you like PFF. Don't mock this.
I like all information. I have an 86% championship grade on Ryan Day, and so perfect.
I like all information.
Perfect.
I'm going to send you to Denver. You're going to be working for DePodesta from now on.
Did you just meet me?
Well, no, I think it's
You've
you
known
saying.
me for 9 years.
I think it's like, hey, what's your king?
I like
I'm into information.
I do. I like information.
Give me that spreadsheet, baby doll.
People that have spreadsheets don't say it like that, Nick.
That's true, because they're too big of nerds to be that big of a gooner.
To say baby doll?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that it?
We're back at Bronny's Ranch again, damn it.
Nerds can't be gooners? I thought nerds and gooners were like the handshake emoji. I thought they exclusively met in the middle.
They're not cool gooners. They're not gooners that actually get to goon.
There's no such thing as a cool gooner.
They're desperate gooners. They don't get to enjoy the sweet privilege of succulent temptations.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just trying to find every way to just not say the thing that I was trying not to say. No, I love this. Sicko Ryan Day, we're here, baby. Come on.
We knew this would happen, right? Is that eventually everyone would just think everything Ryan Day does is awesome?
But the difference
it's such a turn from a guy that a year ago at this time was basically everyone was convinced should just be fired.
I will say, though, I do think Ryan Day's been different since winning the title. He seems so much more relaxed.
Because everything he does like this is going to seem a lot cooler than when he was, even the stupid I don't even still find out if it was real or not, but doing the pony and getting his nipples pierced, I think that was fake. I think that was just an AI clip is all that was. People are like, oh yeah, he's got a little gumption to himself here now. He's a little bit different, Ryan Day.
Did Ryan Day make a bad sports bet and then he had to get his nipples pierced too? Like
I don't
Andrew
think
Filipponi?
he had to make the bad sports bet. I think the assumption was he just wanted them. Yes,
okay,
but we never found out if that was photoshopped or if that was a real thing that he just did.
I mean, Ryan
we just
Day,
saw the video.
So
we saw the photo at least.
Ryan Day doesn't appear to be forcing it. Like when he said this, I don't hear desperation when I hear the guy talk.
You guys would have laughed him off the planet if this happened last year at this time.
Well, yeah, because it was last year.
It's
he's
fine.
Been a different
everything
coach.
he does is now cool, and that's good. It's just an acknowledgement that everything he does is now different because he won. Would be nice. I think you're doing that, but
I think he's different because he's won.
It's like Belichick. Belichick won, and he won a ton, and so then Belichick could do basically anything he wanted, and people are like, oh yeah, but he won.
But when you watch Ohio State, don't you see a coach who's not coaching from desperation anymore? He was a tight ass.
So he was
even in the Michigan game.
He was also really bad in what I believe to be was premier and primetime games, and he's only had one of those this year, and that was the Texas game out of the jump. So like, I do need to see him play in not only playoff games. I need to see him coach the Michigan game before I can unequivocally say he's just different to me now.
I think when he got the nipples pierced, I think they also removed the stick from his.
But did he actually get them pierced, or was that just like photoshopped? I'm
gonna say they were photoshopped. Yeah. I think the internet just wanted to imagine Ryan Day with him pierced. I think that's all that was. They were gooning for Ryan Day.
Oh, the visual exists in my mind.
Good-looking young man.
But like the big problem I always had with Ryan Day is what do you do in the Michigan game, which has not been, we haven't seen him since he won a title in that game, and what do you do in big time games? And we saw him play a Texas game week 1. We can grant you that it looked different, it looked good, but like. It's not been like the world's toughest schedule for Ohio State yet.
You're right, and that is 100% fair to say. What I'll say is we haven't had the what are you doing game from him in games that he should blow everybody out in. Like, the biggest problem now is the line was 25 points and you only beat them by 21 points. Like, that's the biggest complaint we have so far this season. Guys, I think they're going to boat rate Michigan. And Michigan's actually better than I think we realized, because I think they're like 8-2 this year.
But you were 21.5 point favorites last year, and that didn't matter either. Like,
I think the standard is the standard, and there's a new standard.
You should beat Michigan, and I would hope that people like yourself will point to beating Michigan and finally beating Michigan this year as something to be like, all right, it's a different Ryan Day, but ultimately I got to see it in big-time games.
216-474-0092. Ryan Day ups the championship standard. It was 80%. Now it's 83%. Are we witnessing a new Ryan Day and the Peterlin Pass in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. We got Albert Breer at 5:20. We'll talk about the Travis Hunter injury. We'll talk about sicko Ryan Day, whether he likes the change in championship standard that JP was besmirching with his sarcastic rebuttal.
And no lies detected?
You haven't hit 83% today. I'm going to be that guy. You've hit 81%. You've hit 80, but the championship standard, it's a new standard here.
Okay.
The chat's saying it. The chat's not saying it. They're arguing with each other right now.
Our chat is so out of pocket 24/7 from what Jake Murrin tells me all the time. That they guys get it together in that chat.
I mean, we've got some good stuff in there. There's a couple of Jackson.
What's going on in that chat all the time?
Well, there's some Jackson Dart takes here, but there's also one guy, Deshaun, just calls everybody hillbillies.
That's actually funny.
It's very funny that he's calling non-hillbillies hillbillies, and then the non-hillbillies are getting upset that they're being called hillbillies.
Like he's ending everything as if somebody would, like bro was a thing for a while. And everything with bro, like that's his version of bro. Everyone's just ended with hillbilly.
I think that'd be funny. By the way, I could do that.
That is funny.
I live in southern Medina County. I could do that, and no one would ever be upset. They'd be like, I am a hillbilly. This is true.
What if I did it? I think people would get upset.
You wouldn't make it out of.
I think people would get upset.
Southern Medina County.
I know. What's the giveaway that I'm not either A, a hillbilly, or B, from southern anywhere?
Yes. All of it.
Now, I'm trying to think of is some term that you can't use if you come into the city or something like that. But,
I got a word.
Yeah. Oh, you do.
Yeah.
Okay then.
I don't think we're gonna use it. I got a couple words. Yeah.
I'm glad you got a big dictionary.
Easy. Easy.
Yeah, your vocabulary that every time now Ken stops himself if he says too big of a word and says, I'm being Nick Wilson again.
Yeah. By the way, carte blanche is like the most normalized word.
But that was yesterday's word. That was yesterday's
what was today's?
Word. Oh, geez. It wasn't even a good word either. It was like, you might have even said like diligence or something. It was like they're doing their diligence. Oh, I sound like Nick Wilson. Oh! And then he like corrects himself and then goes back on.
Somebody twisting vital parts of his anatomy.
Oh! It's like, what are you doing? Are you dying?
Does he work on the NFL Live crew?
Did you die? Ooh. Got carte blanche. Oh! Nick Wilson. Oh!
Why does he sound like Serena Williams, like with a forehand? Ah! And we got to do due diligence here. Ah!
He was on a tour de force. I think we've long known that he just says names wrong consistently just to make people mad. And he was on a tour de force of that today in a span of like 4 names and trying to do the Pepsi Rookie of the Weeks. He said every single one of those names wrong. And I was like Travion Henderson he had wrong. And
how
then
did he get Travion wrong?
He said Travion wrong. He just said it just flat out wrong. I don't remember how he said it wrong.
Travion?
What was the name initially? Oh, you know what he did? He said, this pisses me off. I don't know if he just doesn't know the right thing. I think he's toying with people. He calls Tyler Shook. Because it's if you look at it, you'd think it'd be Shook. It's obviously not though. It's Tyler Shook.
And in fairness, this is on Tyler Shook.
I don't know how he ever came up with that. That's how you say his name, but we've known that forever. This is how you say his name.
Yeah, but maybe he's just like, this is a dumb way. It's like people who say Brett Favre. Like they're just making a point that this is not how you spell. This is phonetically, your name is dumb. Like you're saying it the wrong way. No matter what your family identifies your last name as, this is how it should be.
Now, he's got carte blanche. Oh, Nick Wilson. Oh. I can't finish it. He can do whatever way he wants to do it, though. Whatever way he wants to do it.
Me and my big dictionary making everybody think twice.
God, I'm being Nick Wilson. Oh.
Let's get to the Peterlin Pass.
The Peterlin Pass. There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
All right, for this week, I'm gonna call back to the convo we had with Aditi Kinkabwala, where in a moment of I don't even know what to call it, I had conceded to you that you were in fact right about the Aaron Rodgers saga, and I think I was pressured by Aditi, if I'm being truthful about it. Don't know how we got there. I think just so highly of Aditi, and in the moment, I was like, you know what? Maybe,
and also me.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe. Well, I don't know about that, but like maybe I was wrong when it came to Aaron Rodgers. And then I watched Aaron Rodgers play Sunday Night Football, and I'm here to give the Peterlin pass to anybody that started to get duped by Aaron Rodgers. The negative point differential that the Steelers have this year, that's not really Exhibit A. It's the idea that if you watched him play football on Sunday night, you know that man is cooked. The passes were absolutely abysmal. He looked like he hadn't thrown a football in years. The age showed well on Aaron Rodgers at 41 years old, despite the idea that I could throw a barrage of numbers in your direction. 25% completion percentage on deep balls and with the deep ball accuracy. His EPA per play is in a negative standpoint, below average efficiency.
He's generating like information.
I do. And so the point is, I'm out on Aaron Rodgers, and I'm out on the idea, because the initial concept of this all was always, talk to me in week 11. Talk to me later on in the season.
Talk to me when you have the first game that actually fits your narrative you started with.
If Rodgers starts to look good late, then I'll buy into it. But I always believed he was going to, because this is what happens with Steelers players. They start off hot. Russell Wilson did the same thing last year, they crumble down the stretch. Same thing's happening with Aaron Rodgers. They've now lost 3 out of their last 4. They're clinging to the AFC North as the Ravens are just a game behind now and charging, and I feel like everything is collapsing in Pittsburgh.
67% completion percentage, 1,800 yards, 18 touchdowns, 7 INTs.
Looks like you have some information, too.
Yeah.
But his negative EPA per play, his 41% success rate, all this creeps to the idea that Aaron Rodgers is definitely on the downhill. And again, just watching Sunday Night Football, that was, it was, if not one of the worst Aaron Rodgers games I've ever seen. It is in the family photo of worst games I've ever seen him play.
Yeah, here's the problem.
Absolutely abysmal offensive performance by a guy that has spent weeks just telling everyone how bad the defense is there.
2 of the 3 games that you're talking about, it was Mike Tomlin and primetime football. Mike Tomlin is many things. Primetime football is not it.
What do you think a postseason game is going to be?
That's different, because Mike Tomlin in the playoffs, except for the last 10 years, is really good.
I was going to say.
No, I think it's way premature. I think everybody was upset that the Ravens, who was the preseason darlings, were so despondent. I think everybody finally just came around to the idea that the Steelers are going to win this division.
No chance.
And now that they have a little glimmer of information,
zero chance.
Now it is, I told you about. People just don't want to be wrong about the Ravens and the Steelers.
No, we just had to believe what we always believed about the Steelers. They always crater towards the end of the season, and this team is not a deep playoff team in the slightest bit. If they make it to the playoffs, and they might make it to the playoffs, they are one and done, and it's not even close.
I'm here to tell you, I'm a guarantee, Gary. I'm going to guarantee the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to win the AFC North. Everyone, this is the groupthink of the NFL ridiculous.
Would you dare to make a burger bet on that?
Ooh.
You're yet to lose a burger bet. Would you make a burger bet on that one?
I have beaten you in a burger bet this week as well, or this year as well.
I've never seen you lose a burger bet.
And that was a succulent meal.
I've never seen you lose a burger bet.
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, I like this.
Yeah.
I was never going to bring myself to a burger bet with you ever again.
And then tempted you.
This is the one I want to be in.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now.
I want all of this smoke.
Oh, can we save this? Because this will be, listen, getting Fanta, getting Dustin Cuck, one of our sales guys.
That's his last name. It's not a joke.
That's true. He's not. Well,
he might be. But that's his last name.
In his household, every chair is a Cuck chair.
Is this the part you want to save? Is this the part you want to save for later?
No. And there's a third burger bet. I have so many burger bets that I'm going to win on the Browns this year. It's almost lost its flair.
And no transferring burger bets either. No being like, all right, Coach Riz, you just owe Jonathan the burger bet now. No transferring of burger bets. This is coming from your pocket.
I'm actually going to transfer mine from Dustin Cuck to yours because he's decided we're going to go out to lunch one day. And I'm like, that's not how this works.
I don't want that.
You bring me the burger. I eat it while you sit there and shame. No words are exchanged.
A non-transferable burger bet that I want to make with you.
I believe you didn't specify that. We
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now. non-transferable.
We already agreed on the bet.
As Mark Koch as my witness, this burger bet is non-transferable.
He won't even be here. Oh, you're still going to be alive. I didn't like the way they put that. You're a young man.
Did you also just have unemployment with him too? Is that what happened?
It's a brutal business. You just never know.
It's really not. It's not a fair. It really is a brutal business. It's really not fair. Is what I was trying to say.
I'm just kidding. Only iHeart fires people in the holiday season.
Pew 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 pew. Now that was out of pocket.
You spot the lie.
All of it's been out of pocket.
Don't worry, Jason Barrett's going to write a full-page expo on why that's how you do business.
I don't want to be in this meeting, Keith. I don't deserve to be in this one.
I am not yet.
I don't deserve to be in this meeting.
They're not even here. Keith is here.
I don't deserve to be in
Nobody else is here today.
Let's hope he was on a call with the Browns when that happened.
They're going to forget about the meeting by tomorrow.
What meeting?
What meeting? He's a great guy. Now, I want you to save this audio of your burger bet hubris so that when we look back,
I never thought I'd get into the burger bet with you. I never thought I would get in one with you again, but I'm excited for this one. Ravens are going to win this division. But really, I have Steelers. You have the Steelers. I have the field in this, essentially.
I'm going to guess that text I just got that I didn't read is probably from Keith. 216-474-0092.
Yeah, that was from him.
That's on me. You know what?
Who else?
We own that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we own that.
We own that.
As a show, we own that.
Yeah. Kevin Stefanski is in a lose-lose situation. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogut.
can actually play with him, and I don't really want to time him out. But it's a wide receiver that played for maybe our favorite football team that was traded in recent years.
This is a dime him out show.
Well, hell, the guy's name is Amari Cooper.
He's retired anyway.
Yeah, he's retired.
Doesn't matter.
Video games? I mean, that's all right. He was a good player here, so that's okay.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practicing game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
John Fanta coming up in 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. No more cheap shots. Rest of the show, above board here. Because this is a responsible, ethical radio show. Although Kay did say on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat that if radio doesn't work out, that I can make a career modeling truck driver attire. And I will be honest with you. There are certain companies out there that market to bigger fellas. One of them's out in Duluth. If you need a plus-size male model, I'll be there. Now, I'm not going to give up radio for it. A little cash on the side, right?
I believe in you. That's all I'll say on that. I believe in you.
That's what JP says when he doesn't want to indulge. Is the John Gruden thing real, by the way? Have you seen the John Gruden thing going around
No, what's
social
the John
media?
Gruden thing? I haven't seen him since the Invitational, the Barstool Invitational.
It's definitely...
Oh, I saw him this weekend, by the way, because he was in the suites.
It was definitely
in Tampa.
An AI-created picture of John Gruden in Browns regalia. And the quote is, I could turn that entire franchise around with Shedeur Sanders. Now, it does not say where he said this. And it does say got a lot of things here.
He's on a lot of platforms. Barstool obviously being the big one.
It said Gruden is reportedly intrigued, and then use intrigued in parentheses.
Did you find this on Facebook? Is that what happened?
It is on Facebook.
Yeah, naturally. Every just out of pocket wild thing anybody could say, it always comes through Facebook because it's not real.
Well, no, some of it is, and it's right after Blueface, which is a rapper. Right, because he's got a lot of tattoos on his face. It's right after that. I had to scroll past the blue face and out of John Gruden. But it says Gruden is reportedly intrigued, but intrigued is in quotation marks, by the Browns' young roster. I don't think they realize the
funny thing about Gruden.
Gruden is intrigued with the Browns roster. Ooh, can we bring that back?
Yeah, we're going to have Coach Riz on, obviously, later on at 6. But Coach Riz over the weekend, I was talking to him about, now that he's been on Cleveland.com and he's doing all this radio stuff, I was asking him about Kent State because he's friends with the Kent State football coach. And I'm like, so would you ever take a job coaching at Kent State? And he's like, well, I don't know. His words were essentially he's not the greatest dad and also husband when he is a coach because he's so obsessed with the sport, right? And so he'd have to find a job where he could maybe balance that out a little bit better, and then maybe he'd consider it. But he was like, the amount of jobs that have popped up since I started doing this is wild. He's like, the people forgot about me for years, and now all of a sudden, because they hear me all the time and they hear me talking ball, all of a sudden it just comes back. And they're like, oh, he does know what he's talking about. Maybe he would be a good fit on this roster. And it's amazing when you think about that, and then you think about it in the perspective of Gruden. Gruden got the Raiders everything gig because of what he did in the ESPN booth. Like that, there's no other reason outside of existing on our television
and the
sets
Super Bowl.
For 10 years, where he was casted aside for 10 years, people had a chance to hire him, and then enough years went by where it was like, oh yeah, we hear him, we like him, let's do this. And what's amazing is now this is happening again with Barstool and the idea that he's everywhere. He's got all these different platforms that he's on, but he's got clips going left and right, and people are just hearing him talk ball in a casual setting. All of a sudden, his stock is through the roof once again. It's crazy to me.
John Gruden, if he ends up being a candidate in Cleveland, if the job opens up, will be one of the funniest Rorschach tests of Browns football. In a way, Kevin Stefanski is too. Like watching the amount of people being like, "Don't fire Kevin," and who ends up on the side of firing Kevin, and then who sits right on the fence because calling for jobs of head coaches in the NFL is unprofessional,
irresponsible. I think is the
irresponsible. You have carte blanche to do whatever you want on this show, though.
No, not Nick Wilson. No.
Oh. Now that being said, it's going to be fascinating to see who would embrace Gruden and who wouldn't. Because I got to be honest with you.
But I think the people that would embrace him would be a lot of the people that have paid attention to what he's done in the past year and a half or so.
Is it just whoever would hate Kevin Stefanski would embrace John Gruden? Because he is anti-Stefanski.
So it's now been what? It's been 20 plus years since the Super Bowl. Like the idea that he is even really accomplished anything in what is even considered modern football right now is not accurate. Because he went for 10 years in the ESPN booth to then basically blow up the Raiders and do so in a magnificent fashion. He accomplished nothing in Las Vegas with that team to then just exist. But I'm telling you,
was it him or is it Mike Mayock?
It was a combo.
Mike Mayock was the absolute worst GM in NFL.
It was a combo. I think they both own some. They both own that. I mean, that's not.
Well, as long as they both own it, I'm fine.
I mean, how could you not?
Did they tap their chest?
How could you not?
That's a big one.
But we really do. It's in modern football, and we don't have much evidence that John Gruden can actually do this. We really don't, except for the idea that we've just heard him talk football for so long and for so many years now, and we know he knows what he's doing, but it's based off of what?
Would Gruden accept you hiring the staff for him? Like, Jim Schwartz has got to stay.
He just knows so many football people, though.
And you get Mike McDaniel as the offensive coordinator, and Bubba Ventrone is annexed to Jupiter. I don't know, is not here. That's what he gets to hire the special teams coach. But you get to hire.
That's the one thing he gets.
You get to hire the O-line coach, the OC coach, and retain Jim Schwartz.
When you sue the NFL and a team is willing to give you a job while suing the NFL, then I think you just take whatever job they want to give you.
Because here's the thing. Well, okay, I think this is the point of if John Gruden wants to call the plays and pick the groceries and everything else.
I don't think he wants to pick the groceries.
I would have zero interest.
Only because of what we saw with Las Vegas. I don't think he is the one that wants to pick the groceries.
He wants to order it and then have it delivered to his house.
You used to pick the groceries to begin with. You used that to begin with, so we carried that on. But
you did. I appreciate it.
I feel like he's not going to be the person that's like, I need to be able to. I want full control. I don't think that's him. I really don't.
There's a part of me that just wants John would just want John Gruden.
Tell me why. Sell it to me why. And I'm somebody that I've told you in recent weeks
because it would just shove crap in the face of the analytics nerds in this town.
I absolutely loved that the stupid speech he gave at that Barstool golf tournament that I watch on YouTube. It's electric. He's got an infectious personality, and he's so many things that are great about him. But we haven't really seen him coach and be awesome in 20 years.
Well, I mean, in fairness, we hadn't seen Dick Vermeil coach and be awesome in 20 years, and he won a Super Bowl in St. Louis. I think time matters. If you're willing to modernize with the game, I don't think time matters. If you won a Super Bowl once, doesn't it stand to reason he can win a Super Bowl again?
No, I don't know that that's true, because I look at the Super Bowl that he won and the era that he won in is almost a completely different sport than this sport. And so, did he evolve within that?
It's the right sport for him to evolve, right? Because it's an offensive head coach.
Well, and so I believe, based off of just what we've seen, that he has evolved with it, but we don't have proof of concept in that at all. So you are taking a leap of faith there.
Rich Gannon was a journeyman quarterback. He turned him into an MVP. When that was done, he went to Tampa Bay, and Brad Johnson, who was kind of a high-functioning journeyman, he turned him into a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
I know, but he did none of that in Las Vegas.
If it was a defensive coordinator or a guy who wasn't on one side of the ball, he was like a defensive backs coach or a special teams coach, I probably would be more concerned about the time away. But if you went to him and said, again, I'm not making a case for a head coach that I'm not trying to say is the end-all, be-all here. I'm just saying, to play the devil's advocate to you.
Yeah.
I think his teams would be accountable because John Gruden's a no-nonsense football guy. And I do trust him to coach a quarterback.
What you'd be hiring for...
He won a lot of games with quarterbacks who weren't elite quarterbacks. So, minus 1 year from Rich Gannon.
And again, if I'm going to try to stick up for him just a little bit here, it's not like a bunch of people were winning with Derek Carr anyway. If we saw a lot of people before and after Derek Carr be able to win with Derek Carr. So we want to just use his whole Raiders experience into that. What I do love about him is that, I love the idea that he's the opposite of everything we've seen recently.
Yeah.
I find it interesting that so many people bring him up and so many people want to tap into that. And it's not based off of, what it is, it's based off of something that either A, happened 20 years ago, or B, it's just because you like him as a personality.
So I think when you say like him as a personality, I'm not just talking about the stuff with Barstool or the Monday Night Football stuff. I'm talking about, I think he has the kind of personality that actually works with football players.
I think he can coach just about anybody, and you're right. He's a great people person. Like because I do take in his content. I think he's a fantastic people person. I think he knows how to read people very well. I think he understands the moment. I think he'd be in the right CEO type setting, which is what you want your head coach to be. I can see a world where it thrives. I just think you need to have everything else in place, and then you just kind of go from there. But I don't have much to advocate on or with him at this point.
We sped past it. But here's the other thing. I just am done with the analytical nerds. And I don't mean like for the Browns.
No, and this
I mean the fake analytics dudes on Twitter who their thing was, well, you just don't know. Kevin Stefanski's actually a good coach.
And this
it's
would
saying things like there's empirical data to support that Stefanski's a good coach. And then you say things like, what's his record? And quote the fact that he's an offensive play calling head coach who's had one top 10 scoring offense in 6 years, and it was the year with Joe Flacco, and it was 10th. Mm-hmm. Everything else has been middle of the road or worse. Like I want to eradicate that from the conversation. And you know me, I'm open to every conversation.
Yeah.
But when the conversation with grading a coach is, well, you just have to trust me, he's a good coach, when every metric that I can find says he is a middle-of-the-road or worse head coach, that's the conversation I am so over. Process over results. I want to get back to the results thing. And then if John Gruden doesn't meet results, that's fine. We'll fire him too.
I know. The only concern I would have is that we're boomeranging too far in the other direction. You know, we're course correcting a little bit too hard if we're going for, all right, no more nerds. So let's go for Gruden, who is the exact opposite of everything that Kevin Stefanski was.
So that is fair. I shouldn't say no more nerds. What I mean is it just can't be the thing that leads. I need football to be at the center of what you do instead of, well, we've got this process and we've got 72 people all in a room together and it's kumbaya and it's crap. Because quite frankly, the process, whatever scientific theory they were working on failed tremendously. You made it a point. Jimmy Haslam made it a point to have this the most analytically forward organization in football, and the results came back null and void. Mm-hmm. It remains a theory.
Right.
And so I don't want to get away from analytics. You can't. It's 2025. Mm-hmm. But do I want it to stop being the leader of everything? Yes. Do I want football? Do I want football guys making decisions again? Yes. And that is what John Gruden is to me.
No, I know. I just I feel like you can find other football guys that maybe have done it more recently or had more success more recently. I like Gruden. I do. I just. We'll find. There's other people out there that have had success recently. I don't know.
McCarthy?
I'm at the spot. Well, I was thinking Mike McCarthy in my head. I'm not a big Mike McCarthy supporter though. But Mike McCarthy at least won 10 games in 3+ seasons in Dallas.
That feels like he
Dak
consistently.
Prescott. Well, and we talked about Super Bowl winning head coaches. He did win a Super Bowl a whole decade after John Gruden did.
It was like 2010.
I mean, like it's
the Super Bowl in Tampa was 2003.
You can't tell me the Super Bowl for John Gruden meant the world, but then it means nothing for Mike McCarthy.
One guy won a Super Bowl with Brad Johnson. The other won it with Aaron Rodgers.
But he also, he took a really bad or mediocre to bad Dallas team and had him winning year in, year out. I think there's a couple other options that will materialize. But I don't know that we need to just be at Gruden's doorstep because he makes a lot of good Barstool content now.
The internet claims, and this is a little tongue-in-cheek, a lot tongue-in-cheek. It's all tongue, all cheek. But the internet claims John Gruden said something about winning with Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns.
I can very much promise he did not say those things.
I would going to go ahead and say that this is not real. But John Gruden, did that do anything for you? Eh? John Fanta, not John Gruden. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
A lot of favorable thoughts here on John Gruden. Fire Stefanski saying, not only is Gruden a football guy, he's an Ohio/Cleveland guy. He gets the fan base and history of the franchise. We had the Bone Collector saying, look at every coach that Jimmy's hired. They're all yes men unless Gruden is given full control and Jimmy's assurance that Jimmy won't interfere. We'll never have a coach like that.
We've had non-yes men not as coaches, though, and it didn't. John Dorsey, not a yes man, and you saw how that ended up going.
As you said, coaches. Well, we had
Greg Williams wasn't a yes man,
and they didn't get the full-time job
because he wasn't a yes man. And so, part of that, I hate that I'm on this side of this. I really am. There's nothing cooler to me than having John Gruden be the head coach of the team. I hate that I'm on the side of this, but this is where I stand.
It's going to be a real shame when he's the Browns head coach and he comes on this show. We're going to have to play this audio of you doubting him.
Yes.
And then he'll look at me and go, who's the football guy on the show? And that might kill you.
No, because he's a real football guy, so he doesn't have to announce himself as a real football guy.
No, he doesn't announce himself, but he can coin other people as football guys, right?
No, but again, it wouldn't even come up because he's an established football guy, and established football guys don't have to announce themselves as football guys.
Yeah, but they can announce me as a football guy.
You're giving Gruden and you a lot of like, hey, we're best friends already in this conversation.
Yeah, people are calling me the LeBron James of sports talk. That being said, but we don't fire coaches here. That's
irresponsible.
That's irresponsible. And if anything, we have shown all of you we're irresponsible, but we're not that irresponsible.
I don't know, Nick. Do we want to make TikToks or do we want to win Super Bowls? You tell me.
Yes.
Because Gruden makes TikToks. He makes hella great TikToks.
Yeah. And he also wins Super Bowls.
And him and Shador making TikToks together would be pretty awesome.
That's true.
It'd be pretty awesome.
I don't think TikTok could handle it.
What did you call Shador once? Like a TikTok quarterback or something like that?
Influencer quarterback.
Do we have an influencer head coach? What do we think about that?
Ooh, I would be so influenced.
That's what we're going for with Gruden here.
Oh, my gosh.
Influencer head coach.
Man. Now, all this being said.
You take Blue Chew for that influence?
I don't need it. After Gruden and Shador together, we would be like a megazord of excitement.
You decided thinking about it, but it's been 20 years since we've seen him be good at this.
He won in like 2007. That being said,
it was 2002.
No, that's the Super Bowl. He had like a 10-win season the year before he got fired.
All right, you realize we're in 2025. It's been 2005 was the last season that he won 10+ games in the season. It's been 20 years.
All right, what did he win?
He went 4-12 in 2006.
What did he win in Vegas?
He went 4-12 in 2000. He went 4 and in Vegas he was 4-12, 7-9, 8-8, and 3-2.
They were making the push there. The emails slowed the push.
Is that what that was?
He started at 4-12, then 7-9, 8-8, and then 3-2. I'm hearing progress.
Those dang emails.
Dang emails. Getting everybody these days. Now, it is Tuesday at 4:20. That means it's time to go out of the fan hotline of NBC Sports, Cleveland's very own John Fanta. John, can we get you on the Gruden to Cleveland train if there's an opening?
Guys, 2002, I was 7 years of age. 7. 2007, I was 12. Basic math there. The point? No. Come on.
Wait, did you spend most of the season standing for Kevin Stefanski?
Well, no, not most of the season. I was off about week after the Vikings. I told you the Vikings loss is where he lost me.
And then you were back on. And then you were back off.
No, I've never been back on. They're hopefully are going to do a complete reset and hopefully going to fire people. Come on, I'm not getting on John Gruden's bandwagon. It's 2025.
You're both Barstool guys.
It's a long time. It's been a long time. Yes, and that's where Coach Gruden is best employed right now. He does a wonderful job over there. not on the sidelines in 2025. Nor alone do I think the NFL would let it happen. I don't think that the National Football League will allow him to be a head coach again.
You're going to love it when it happens, John. You're going to really hear the football guy come out.
Most of those rules apply, John, except with the Browns. The idea that you could sue the NFL and you don't get your job. You're right. In 31 other teams, that's accurate. But the Browns just they don't.
Big Jim doesn't fear the law.
They don't march to that beat. You know that.
Or the NFL.
It would be theatrical. It would provide fun talking points. And it would provide drama and intrigue and buzz. So, yeah, would I enjoy it from the entertainment standpoint? Sure. To get this franchise, this franchise has a massive dig out. John Gruden might actually be decent with a team that's talented already, and they just need a motivator. They need a character on the sideline. The Browns needed all kinds of guys on the sideline. Mm-hmm. They need a younger coach who is going to totally reset this thing. I mean, Dan Campbell's don't grow on trees, but the Browns got to try to find the closest thing to that. And it's not John Gruden in 2025. It's just not.
I agree, John. How was I saw some beautiful photos of you and your family at the Jets-Browns game this weekend. What was your experience firsthand watching Dillon Gabriel throw footballs that still might not have actually landed?
Well, in the amount of time that football traveled to the end zone, I was able to get a hot dog, popcorn, and a beer. And then I came back and the football had landed in the end zone. So that was kind of fun to see that a Browns receiver caught it. I had a good time at the game. I went into the game with zero expectations, but to enjoy the afternoon with my wife. My buddy brought Christmas ale from Cleveland, which made the tailgating experience that much more enjoyable. I had fun because I did not have any expectations for the game. I told Jet fans for 2.5 hours, you're going to win this game. We don't win away from home. And sure enough, that's what happened because this is where we're at. And so we're in the worst phase, fellas. We're in the worst phase. We have no expectations. Anything that you think could go our way, like the fact that the opposing quarterback went 6 for 11 in an NFL game. And our quarterback, which this is just hilarious, gets AFC Rookie of the Week. Offensive Rookie of the Week. That right there sums up where we're at. That even when that happens, if you just looked at the numbers, our quarterback did better than the other quarterback, and not by a small margin by the number. It sums up where this team is at. They are allergic to winning. It is in their best interest to continue to lose. Sunday, I see ticket prices are down to single. We are past the point. I mean, I don't know where you two are at. I think you two are where I'm at. I'm past the point of anger. I'm at the point of acceptance and apathy, and that is the worst place one can be as a fan or a follower of a team. They are just in a brutal, brutal, dark state.
The good news is acceptance is the 5th stage of grieving. We do have darkest timeline Fanta here, though. We're just past. We're 9 games into the season, and we've already got fire everyone. The sky is falling. Fanta. I'm not saying you're wrong, John. I feel like as soon as 4 weeks ago we had a little pep in the step there, buddy.
Well, the Minnesota game is where the coach, I've just lost on how they from week 1 on down. I thought that this football team could win a few more games than they have, and they've been in position to win those games. They've been in position to win those games, and they have not done it. You can now count 3 times, maybe more, maybe my memory's off, but you can now count 3 times, home against the Bengals week 1, the game, the debacle against the Vikings, the game that they should have won, and then on Sunday, in a game where, if your special teams units show up, you probably win the game. If it's not one thing, it's the other. And, Bubba Ventrone, I don't know what you're coaching up weekly, but it's whatever it is. Even when the Browns have had teams like this record-wise, they've never been this bad on special teams. That was just embarrassing. And, guys, there was pep in the step because I thought that the defense, and I still think the defense is one of the best defenses in the National Football League. But the pep in the step is lost when that defense continues to do their job week in and week out, and they don't get rewarded. They don't get rewarded. There's no capitalizing on the other side. There's bad play calling, and the coach just continues to say the same thing over and over again. The 4th and 1. I would have to look at that, was the response in the press conference. Yeah, the last time somebody said that much, his name was Hugh Jackson, and the writing was on the wall with him, too, when he would say, I have to look at the film. I have to look back at the film. I'd have to look back at the film. It's a bunch of baloney. This is as rough a place that this franchise has been, and as in my lifetime. I'm serious, it is. And they need to tank. They need to do everything they can to get the number 1 pick. They need to do everything they can to get Ty Simpson or Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, so you're in the camp of just lose as many games you possibly can. Don't even worry about the wins for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. This is the lost season. They're going to clean house. They better clean house. They can't be trying to win games. What would possibly be the worth of winning football games for this organization?
You don't perpetuate losing culture, which makes kind of like tanking itself, which just kind of permeates more losing through more losing.
So then that insinuates that the head coach still could keep his job.
What do you mean? You mean like if he can win enough games to save his job? Because I don't think. I guess my point is, I think there's a difference when
trying to win?
Real quick, I think there's a difference between pursuing winning and losing and pursuing losing and losing. I think there's a huge difference between those two things.
Well, if they're pursuing winning, then which I guess they are, because they claim to be, and this. Hey guys, this is where I go back to the general manager, okay? Because if this team personnel wise is pursuing winning, all right, the roster is not that of a team that should be doing so. They're just not good enough. They're not good enough to win these games. They don't have enough firepower. They don't have threats. They're not keeping any defensive coordinators up at night. They make mistakes. They do things. They make losing activities happen. So if they're trying to win, I sat behind the bench on Sunday. I was I'm going to say 10 rows up. And, Brett, were trying to motivate the guys after the opening touchdown, and the vibes were actually decent. And the guys are on the bench, and I'm just going to be honest with you. I saw laughter. I just sense content nature from this team. They are content with where they're at, and I don't know what to say other than at that point, then go for the best draft pick. I'm not saying that they are not going to try to win. But at this point, I am everybody knows there's new leadership coming in. If you are out there and don't think that, I don't know what to tell you. And if the owner thinks that he's going to keep these people employed, I'm here to tell you this is unrecoverable. So I'm not rooting for them to lose. I like to see the Browns win. I was rooting for them to win on Sunday. I'm just saying it's in the best interest for this organization to finish with as bad a record as possible, so that the new general manager and the new head coach can have the highest draft picks possible. That's where my headspace is at.
Why do you feel like Stefanski's got this insistence to keep putting Dillon Gabriel out there?
Because I think he loves Dillon Gabriel. And I also think that he doesn't feel like Shedeur Sanders is ready, and doesn't feel as though Shedeur Sanders deserves to be rewarded, and he doesn't have a better alternative because they had no plan at quarterback, and it's shown in the pudding. Now, my belief is, why not try Shedeur? I would try Shedeur because you don't have anything to lose. Shedeur might help the pursuit of winning, because I just can't imagine that your quarterback play. Do we all think that the quarterback play could be much more limited than it currently is?
No, it can't be any more limited than it is.
So then the writing's on the wall then. If us three, and I'm not calling myself a football genius, JP, I'm not calling you one, Nick Wilson claims to be the LeBron James of sports talk, apparently.
Many people are saying it.
Yeah, they're all... Many people are saying it. Many people are saying that Nick Wilson is LeBron James of sports talk. Don't leave, Nick. Don't go to South Beach on us, for heaven's sake.
Who am I to argue with many people, John?
Yeah, they're building the statue as we speak for outside the for outside the building of Nick Wilson.
Agreed.
Look, I don't know what the insistence is. Because you would think, JP, that if you're trying to save your job, if you are trying to save your job, you would be doing whatever it takes to save it. Brian Daboll did that. Brian Daboll tried to. And honestly, there looked like there was a sliver of a window for Daboll. When they were up 19-0 in Denver and they were about to win, I thought to myself, you know what? Daboll might save his job, at least for the season. Guess what? They collapsed, they lost, and he's out of a job now. Stefanski, this attachment to Gabriel to me is, well, we drafted him in the 3rd round, and he's our guy. And it's just like this is square peg round hole stuff. And the word I want to say is worse than stuff, but that's what it is. It's crap, and it's been crap the whole time that they're trying it. And we know what the end result is. The end result is dink dunk, process-oriented stuff. There's not much, maneuvering or there's no ideas to this offense. It's vanilla. It is vanilla, and even if the quarterback is not even guaranteed that he can make the throws, but also he doesn't even have the elite targets for it to be vanilla. And so I don't know why. I would play Shedeur. Because I'm also tired of hearing people say, well, he could be the answer to the problems. Like, I just want to see it. At this point, I just want to see Sanders play so that we could check that off the list and we could find out if he has any upside or potential. You guys, you could blame me or make fun of me for flip-flopping, but you did ask me, but hopefully you remember, you asked me ahead of week 1 what my end goal was for this season. And I said the end goal is to find out if either of these young quarterbacks could play. You found out one couldn't. Find out if the other can.
All right, John, real quick. We have about 30 seconds here. Mary Kay says the Browns might be curious to see what Deshaun Watson has as they will have an opportunity to open up the 21-day practice window here within the next little bit. Are you curious what Deshaun Watson could do with this Browns team this year?
I'm driving, I'm in my car, and my reaction to that question is this.
Did you just swerve into the middle lane there?
No one's in front of you. The guy's like, what happened?
Guys, I have to get my license and registration out. I'm sorry.
All right, John. Be good, buddy. We
Thanks,
appreciate
John.
you. That's my thought on that, fellas. See you next week.
See ya. John Fanta there, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own known horn honker on the fan hotline there. We'll react to what he had to say, and people praising Joe Burrow for the wrong reasons. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Are you curious what Deshaun Watson could do with this Browns team this year?
I'm driving, I'm in my car, and my reaction to that question is this. Guys, I have to get my license and registration out. I'm sorry. That's my thought on that, fellas. See you next week.
John Fanta honking his horn. Now, was that a happy honk or a sad honk, do you think?
I think that was I don't want to answer the question honk is what that was.
It was like a honk of avoidance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Like if I honk, you'll laugh and I can get out of answering the question, and then it worked.
I just feel like this iteration of the Browns is like a perpetual race to see how much can we get away with these fans. Like you said yesterday, like we had the conversation about how when people put on the fans, just boycott. I go, yeah, no.
Oh, I didn't say the boycott.
No, I'm not saying you did. No. So if that's what it sounded like, we had the conversation where other people were saying boycott.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what it sounded like. I was like, no, I didn't say boycott.
And I get fed up with that because it puts the onus on Browns fans, and it's like, you can stop spending all you want. They're making bajillions of dollars. They make money off TV, not necessarily the local revenue. That's just sweetening the pot. I don't think people not showing up to that building is going to make a damn bit of difference.
I agree. And I think, what's interesting, I keep seeing people over the past couple of days being like, oh, you can get in for $11 this week as they take on the Ravens. And it's like, we've had a lot of times throughout this Browns experience that you can get in for real cheap. It just, that's not where they make their money.
I really hope J.W. Johnson comes out with another condescending video message.
He hasn't tweeted in I think it's been like a couple months, right?
I was thinking more about the pre-Cincinnati game where he sent out the thing on the radio network where he was like, let's make sure we get there early so we can cheer our guys on.
Which was a Stefanski callback. For the first 3 years that Stefanski was here, he would always do this like, hey, I need you, I would know you guys love the Muni lot, but I need you guys to hurry up and get over there and really make sure that we're all in our seats in good time. And it was like a weekly thing that he did. It was so weird to me.
Yeah, and by the way, I've actually heard a lot of coaches do this, and it's the dumbest thing. You should not care. You just should not care. And not just because you're picking a fight with the fans. Whether you intended to or not, there's no way that certain fans are going to take that as criticism.
Well, he even went as far as to be like, oh, I just want to get like a big blowhorn or something so it can sound off and everyone would know, as if you're all like cattle being like ushered then into the stadium. And it's so weird. Just to let people drink and have fun, and they bought the tickets. They'll show up when they want to.
Geez. Man, I'd really love to make our head coach happy, or I could have another drink that isn't going to cost me $15. Yeah, maybe that's a thought. Maybe if you want people in the stadium on time, maybe don't charge them through the roof for like a 10-ounce beer. Maybe that'd be like another thing you could do.
That could help. Well, we got it all caps. Why does Fanta always text in all caps? Not always, but he does do this.
Because he lives in all caps.
I'm just trying to think, as he's driving, he's like, hey, Siri, text this. And Siri's like, you want this in all caps. I know you want this in all caps. He says it wasn't a happy honk. Thanks for the clarification.
I just like the idea that Awful Announcing will pick this up and be like, John Fanta, happy honks at the idea of Deshaun Watson playing again. But no, I mean, that's the theory we're playing with.
I'd watch
here.
a video of that, by the way.
Like, it's not bad enough that you guys could be a 2-win team by the time December rolls around. It's not bad enough, by the way, that this schedule is backloaded with plenty of home games that you can enjoy or not enjoy over the next 8 weeks. But the idea that the Browns are like, well, listen, we're a 2-win team. Everyone's getting fired. The fan base is furious at the entire state of everything. We got to put Deshaun back out there, right?
they put Deshaun out there. They really are going to try to test the limits of how much they can get away with to see how it takes a fan base to. Because nobody's leaving. That's the sad part about this. Or I guess the cool part about it is that there's such good football fans in Northeast Ohio that they can test those boundaries. You're not leaving. You're never leaving. It's not reality, right?
It takes
like the
serious
idea,
marbles
the
to do
idea
this.
that they could continue to try and attempt to do these things to push the boundaries is that's what's so alarming.
But here's the thing. Most teams, you'd be like, they're not going to do that. That would just upset everybody.
I expect them to do this. That's the weird thing about the Browns. I expect them to do this.
Yes. Why? Because they're so arrogant about their process.
When you think about what the dumbest thing a franchise could do and then watch them take that route so many times, I'm just led to believe that they will take this route eventually.
What's infuriating about it is what's the dumbest thing they could do, and then they're going to act like you're the idiot for questioning it.
Yeah.
That's what's aggravating.
I'd love to see a Stefanski post-game press conference of Deshaun stinking up the joint and being like, so where do you think Deshaun could get better at? Answer that one. You had a hard time answering Dylan Gabriel, where he's improved after 5 games. I'd love to know, after then year 4 of Deshaun Watson stinking up the joint and getting injured half the time, where you think he can get better?
I think we just get to a point where maybe they're just trying to force Kevin to resign.
I think Kevin might be forcing himself to resign.
Because if you resign, well, no, remember, if you resign, you walk away.
So he needs to get fired so he can keep his money.
Yes.
Because remember, a couple years ago, it was like a $20 million extension for him, and it was just like that's a lot of coin for Kevin.
So Deshaun Watson's going to be the starting quarterback, and Ben Roethlisberger's going to call plays. We're gonna a seance of O.J. Simpson. The ghost of O.J. Simpson is going to dictate blocking patterns. I'm just thinking the ways the Browns could just drive Kevin Stefanski so Jimmy could save a little ducats. Right?
Interesting. You went ghost of O.J. instead of ghost of Jim Brown there.
Oh, come on now. Why are we choosing one or the other?
You tell me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was a peculiar choice.
Yeah, listen, we don't cower to social media.
I just thought it was an interesting choice by you.
But we don't lean into things like that. Plus, I already got my first text of the show. Stop what you're doing.
Yeah.
All right? Mr. Trying to get me in more trouble than I'm already in?
No trouble. It's just a peculiar choice to go with there.
216-474-0092.
Love to know a reason why.
How curious, is there anything you can think of? How curious are you about what Deshaun could do here in Cleveland? Because Browns want to know. Browns might be curious themselves. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
we kind of had Kenny Pickett. Sunday afternoon, 4:25, you're going to march that same thing out there, and they are going to rain booze upon you, and they have every single right to do it. This is an insult to your intelligence and to your spirit.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk about Kevin Stefanski. This idea that Kevin Stefanski would get hired in a minute if the Browns fired him as head coach. We'll see if Albert thinks that's the case on a potentially weak coaching moment, weak coaching market. We'll also get his take on the John Gruden innuendos and online rumors and whether John Gruden could actually get an NFL head coaching job while suing the NFL. But we got Lance Reisland coming up at 6 o'clock as well. One day closer to a succulent burger bought by Lance Reisland. If you guys did miss it, in the 4 o'clock hour, we now have a fourth active burger bet on the show.
I never thought I would get there.
I was a guarantee Gary. I guaranteed the Pittsburgh Steelers will win this division, and Jonathan is willing to put a burger on it.
Also, the coach.
Do you get the field, or does it have to be the Ravens?
It's a non-transferable burger bet, though. So even like Coach Riz, I like Coach Riz. I'd go out and have burgers with Coach Riz. He can't pay off your debts for this one.
It's going to be Dustin Cuck. Dustin, the old sales guy over there.
There's a lot of people that don't know that we have a sales guy named Dustin Cuck.
That's his name.
They think you're calling a different Dustin Cuck.
I'm not being a jerk. That's his actual
name.
I know that's
his name. We've pondered often if he should just change his last name, but he's too deep into this.
I think he's got to own
that man
Cuck.
Moved from, where was it? Was it
Boise?
Boise.
Yeah.
Moved from Boise because he's such a diehard Browns fan for this.
Yep.
Imagine that. Uprooting your whole entire life. Being like, I just want to be closer to the Browns. I want to go to all the games. I want to do everything. And then this is the product that they give you.
Total cuck move. Been saying it.
Classic cuck, if you ask me.
For a while. John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us earlier in the show today, and he talked about how the Browns are in the worst phase of the season after the loss to the Jets.
We're in the worst phase, fellas. We're in the worst phase. We have no expectations. Anything that you think could go our way. Like the fact that the opposing quarterback went 6 for 11. 6 for 11 in an NFL game. And our quarterback, which this is just hilarious, gets what? AFC Rookie of the Week. Offensive Rookie of the Week. That right there sums up where we're at.
He's 100% right. This does feel like the worst phase. Now, it doesn't feel like it's forever, though, and that's a good thing. But if you told me when do we get out of this phase, I don't really have a good answer for you either.
Yeah, this is the frustrating thing about this entire process is, a new head coach is going to reignite the excitement. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that would be, especially if they're relatable, it'd be nice to have that in Berea. That's not even a Kevin problem. That's a Kevin, Andrew, and Clown Show DePodesta problem. But the reality is, you need an upgrade at quarterback, and you need an upgrade at quarterback that's going to give you a chance to win long term. And you might only get one of those two things. You might only get the upgrade at quarterback, and then you have to wait for the quarterback that's going to allow you to win long term. So it just feels. Now I'm actually going to flip this on its ear.
Okay.
Because in the end, if you do get the number 1 or number 2 pick, and you take whether it's Mendoza or Simpson or any of these quarterbacks, and they hit the ground running, guys, even if you're 6-11 next year, you're going to feel in such a better situation.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Patriots last year, again, Drake May, they win 4 games last year? But yeah. Drake May, and he didn't start the whole season. Jacoby Brissett started the season. But Drake May looked the part. And so winning 4 games wasn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. And then obviously they got it in Vrabel, and they're off running now. But, it's that idea is it's a good reminder by you. I think people think when you get a quarterback taken in the draft that all of a sudden everything's going to be fixed overnight and the answer is going to be there right away. And that's not reality. You have growing pains. It's what they did in Chicago with Caleb Williams. He absolutely stunk up the joint. He got sacked more than anybody in the NFL. 68 sacks last year.
I still think he's pretty mid.
I think he's taking a lot of strides. A lot of strides this year.
I think he's just this side of Trevor Lawrence.
But Bears fans are seeing the benefits of that, and they're seeing the benefits of Ben Johnson, and they're seeing the benefits this year, and it's starting to pay off. And that was 25 games in before people are legitimately being like, all right, let's go. It's going to catch up to you. You're going to get on the Caleb Williams side. I think you're like 3 or 4 weeks late on the Caleb Williams has arrived side of things, but Caleb Williams has arrived. All right, former Browns offensive lineman John Greco joined the Morning Boys earlier today. He talked about how he believes Kevin Stefanski knows that his job is safe.
You know, the press conferences, the way that game went down Sunday, and we got through yesterday, and today's a new day. It just seems like Coach Stefanski operates and speaks as if he has been told or knows that no matter what, his job is safe, and that he's just here buying time for next year.
Yeah, if you listen to the full clip of John, it's not the endorsement that you think it is. John sounded very helpless today. Like there's a level of frustration that he doesn't think anything is going to change. Mm-hmm. I just think when it comes to Kevin continuing to do what he's doing, I think Kevin's smart enough to know the only way you have a chance of surviving it in the season is if you just normalize all this. Barry and Stefanski and DePodesta, honestly, the whole point of we own that, right? DePodesta saying that in a side interview with the Denver Post today. We all own that, obviously. It's normalizing their failure. Because the moment that you acknowledge, man, I'm really feeling the heat, or the moment that you acknowledge, man, we've really fallen short of real expectations here, well, that's what guys do right before they get fired. Like Brian Daboll, did you see his press conference on Sunday night?
No.
He looked like a head coach who was about to get fired. His whole energy was...
Oh, yeah, he blew his fourth game in the fourth quarter this year.
But his energy, which goes from super high to super low.
Yeah.
The one thing Kevin's got that might help him keep his job.
Is he steady and even the entire time?
Yes, he has a resting pulse rate of 0 100% of the time.
Which is also why he wouldn't do some of the firings that you talked about yesterday, for instance. And I was thinking about that earlier because I was like, the point I should have made, and we did, we talked for maybe 20 minutes or so about the different guys you wanted to fire after yesterday and the different people maybe you should or shouldn't fire, players included, is that like when we watched last year, we watched him have Andy Dickerson coach the offensive line, and then by all accounts, Mike Vrabel basically took over the entire offensive line coaching. That was basically it in that AFC North Hard Knocks, a whole compilation on HBO. You just watched him basically strip Andy Dickerson of his job. He became like the equipment manager. He wasn't doing anything with the offensive line, and even him got to then coach all the way up until January 5th before being fired at the end of the season. Like, it's just not in Stefanski's nature. It's just he is very steady, as you put it that way.
I hate to be the guy to point out the obvious, but the Steelers cut Juan Thornhill because he stunk this year, and because he cost them one too many games or one too many plays.
Right.
And by the way,
that's what Tomlin does.
And by the way, Juan Thornhill's making a hell of a lot more money than Cameron Thomas is. Just for not. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com joined Jeff and Dan Mennigan today and talked about how long the leash is on Dillon Gabriel for the rest of the season.
They're not in a huge rush to drag Dillon out of there. And think about it this way. If you have a third-round pick and you want to see what he can do and you want to try to develop him, he has started 5 games. Why would you want him to only start 5 games and then have your 5th-round pick start the next 8 games? Why would you do that? You know what I mean? You're going to want to see your 3rd-round pick start as many games as you can possibly get away with in terms of just development and maybe trying to get to winning and whatever else before you turn it over to your other rookie. So we'll have to see how it goes. Again, now you've got Deshaun Watson that's going to be factored into this potentially as they move forward. I would say that they'll give Dillon a number of more starts. I would, he even sounded after the game like he knows there's going to come a time when he won't be starting if they don't start winning, but I do think that they want to see him for the foreseeable future.
He did sound that way after the game, but respectfully to Mary Kay, I'll answer the question. When you have the answer and you know that Dillon isn't it, why do I need to see him play any more games? Like, I don't care where you're drafted. If after 5 games I can tell you're not it, why would I continue to put you out there?
We also should have known that they were cooked when they were telling reporters, like, part of the conversation around Dillon Gabriel is, well, they think he has a chance to be a really good backup. Like that was like the worst case scenario, or that was in play, and they drafted him with a late third-round pick. The Browns acknowledged that this was very well the path for Dillon. And so it makes it the decision to have him be the first quarterback you go to even more befuddling.
Or just to even keep going to him. Like, I'm all right if you want to do whatever you want to do. If you just had a wrong assessment between him and Shedeur Sanders, okay, fine. But you just can't keep this thing going on when it's so obvious the kid just is not – he's not a starting quarterback in the NFL. There's just no other way to look at it. Mary Kay also spoke about if and when the practice window could open for Deshaun Watson.
It's a big mystery, but I do expect them to open the practice window at some point this season, unless something unforeseen happens with some of his medical exams or something like that, or any kind of a setback in practice or whatever. And he's not practicing with the team right now. He's only working out on his own. But I do expect them to open his practice window, and I could see it happening within the next 2 weeks. Don't know if it's going to be next week as they get ready to head out to Vegas, or if it will be the week after. But I do think that it's going to open at some point over the next couple of weeks.
If the Browns are curious about what Deshaun could do in this situation, they'll be the only ones in Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not curious. He's too injured. Even if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt and be like, maybe he's the best quarterback in this room, the way that Albert said a few weeks ago in trying to diagnose the quarterback room here, even if you believe that, he just gets injured too much for me to ever put any stock in faith in him in general. A couple leg injuries, shoulder injury, sorry, you're a broken toy.
Also, you can't come out and be like, hey, that was a failure of a move, and then put him back out on the field.
That is really funny to me. Hey, we really messed that up. Oh, let's go back to that.
Yeah, listen, this has not worked out in any way, shape, or form. Gotten even close to what we were hoping for, but good luck against the Raiders, Deshaun.
Well, that's what's so funny about even when Haslam admitted that it was just one big mistake or whatever he said at the owners' meeting. It was like the idea that he's acknowledging how much it sucks. Deshaun would have no recourse, no response to that, and then just life moves on. All right, guys.
The Cavs lost in overtime to the Miami Heat last night. Kenny Atkinson watched the loss from the locker room as he was ejected from the game. Here were Atkinson's thoughts on the ejection.
Then I'll just say that it was 20-2 in free throws in the third quarter. 20-2. So I'm not sure I've ever seen that in all my years in the NBA. 20-2. So I let them know that I wasn't pleased with that. They tossed me for it, but I'll stick with my protest, and I felt like I had to stick up for my team. When it's 20-2, when it's the disparity's that great, you got to stick up for your guys.
Good for Kenny for getting thrown out. That's the right time to get thrown out. Actually, I enjoyed a lot of the game, even though the Cavs were playing pretty miserable, and they shot 65 three-pointers. Sam Merrill had 16. Donovan had 16 three-pointers. But I enjoyed the game. And when Donovan hit that shot after the missed Merrill three-pointer, that was electric. Before the final play broke down and they got to actually just throw the ball in and complete it with 0.4 seconds left, that was an electric moment.
I like that Kenny got tossed. I like a head coach with a coach who equally is not afraid to call out his team, but also not afraid to get run for his team. Maybe that's old school. I just like it. Now, that being said, Albert, I think, is going to actually have to move till 6 o'clock, so we might have to do some scheduling moving here. Obviously, usually we have Coach Riz here at 6 o'clock, so we're figuring out the schedule. No Albert next, but Jonathan has a new name to add for an opening with the Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hunter had surgery today to repair his LCL. There was no other damage to his knee, and he should be able to return to full football activities within 6 months. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Albert Breer coming up at 6 tonight. So we'll move Coach Riesland to later in the week. We'll obviously talk about the Deshaun developments, the Browns not opening the 21-day window this week. But Mary Kay saying earlier today on this station that there's some intrigue, right, about curiosity about what Deshaun could do with this team. But we've got plenty to talk with on the head coaching side of things with Kevin Stefanski, who as of now still has a job. We do have Tom Pelissero tweeting out that Justin Tucker's 10-game suspension officially lifted by the commissioner today, so he now remains eligible to sign with any team out there.
I was just thinking, could he play baseball in Colorado? Okay. All right. Good on that. He's not going to get signed by a team, is he?
I don't know. I mean, the amount of time Zane Gonzalez, Zanimals Unite, has gotten signed, I'd imagine at some point someone's going to bring Justin Tucker in out of curiosity, right?
That's the word of the day. I don't know. Listen, we always talk about this, like what would be the backlash for this type of thing, and we NFL fans have shown time and time again they'll take a good player over any backlash. That's just the reality of it. Now, he was starting to already be washed by the time everything came down in Baltimore, so you have to factor that in as well. It was not the same Justin Tucker, Nick.
Yeah, because if it was the same Justin Tucker, with all due respect,
the Ravens probably would have just taken him back. Yeah.
Yes, they absolutely would have.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, we've got Kevin Stefanski under fire. We got people calling out his press conferences again. With that being said, Bomani Jones. Now, where was Bomani?
The right time.
On the right time.
Yeah.
Talking about the lose-lose situation with Kevin Stefanski.
Like Kevin Stefanski rather get fired or play Shedeur Sanders. If you go to Shedeur, you have no other play to make. And I suppose that with a very young quarterback like Gabriel, you can go back to him because, like, how dare he? What room does he have to say anything about it? But it's still really absurd that they're at a place now where it's just like, hey, man, we have nothing else that we can do. And so once you push the Shedeur button, at once you better hope he balls. But on the other hand, if he does, that's not a good look either. So basically, why don't they just go ahead and fire that man right now?
I understand what he's saying. I guess we'll get your reaction first, though, because
I do. I think it's interesting because he presents it almost as this lose-lose situation for Stefanski, and I think Stefanski's backed himself in this corner where it is presented as that. If you keep going down the road with Dillon Gabriel, you're going to lose your job, and maybe that's what he wants. So maybe that's just a win because it's what he wants. But if you keep going with Dillon Gabriel, you're going to lose a bunch of games and you're going to lose your job. If you go to Shedeur and Shedeur looks great, then the answer is, how was your evaluation that Dillon Gabriel was better than Shedeur? Mm-hmm. And so like he's boxed himself in this corner that I don't think Stefanski's got a way out of.
Okay, can I give you another read on why he hasn't gone to Shedeur yet? I actually agree. I think that Stefanski is comfortable losing with Dillon, maybe more comfortable than he is winning with Shedeur, right? Because he trusts Dillon Gabriel. There's something that Dillon did in the pre-draft process and since that has earned an incredible amount of trust, and Shedeur has not done that, right? For Stefanski, I'm saying. What if he understands that if Joe Flacco looks bad here and obviously looks good in Cincinnati, and then Dillon Gabriel looks bad, and then you play Shedeur and Shedeur looks bad, it's not going to really help Kevin in any way going forward, because I think Kevin is expecting if this doesn't work out, he can turn around and have his pick of the jobs.
I think it'll just be another notch on his belt that way. I think it'll be, that's quarterback 13 that you haven't been able to go ahead and turn around. I don't think the reaction, based off of a group of NFL personnel that let Shedeur Sanders slide to the 5th round, is going to hold it against him for not being able to make Shedeur Sanders be great.
Oh, no, I think it's, all right, Joe Flacco failed when elsewhere was good. Then
and that one might hurt him more than anything.
Dillon Gabriel, your hand-picked guy, stunk up the joint.
I think he's looked at as a 3rd-round quarterback.
And then you went to, but again, I don't know. I don't know how people are going to view it.
I view Dillon. I would be surprised if the NFL holds Stefanski accountable for the idea that he wasn't able to make Dylan Gabriel be good.
I mean, well, I don't think it's just that. I think it's everything else we've talked about with your hand-picked quarterback looked bad. The guy who we thought was a top 100 pick that went to the fifth round.
But so if they do this, though, they should do it with the idea that we're holding you for the 13 quarterbacks collectively that you haven't been able to get to be great. Not necessarily this string of 3 quarterbacks this year. Like, it's got to either they think that Stefanski can do this with quarterbacks or they don't. And I feel like that decision in their mind has already been made up long before you ever got to Shedeur Sanders playing.
Yeah, that's probably right. I do think he's just going to get the Peterlin pass from the NFL.
I think he might.
The Orlovsky sound yesterday, and again, if you guys haven't heard, we're going to have Dan on the show tomorrow at 3, where basically Dan was like, there's a lot of empirical proof that Kevin Stefanski is a really good head coach, and then his empirical proof was 2-time coach of the year. I think I really do think, and you and I have experienced this with just the Stefanski conversation.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Where even now, like we had Ross on 2 weeks ago, we had an absolute knockdown dragout with Ross, who we never have knockdown dragouts with.
Although he says otherwise.
Because we had 2 straight weeks of disagreements. but because we just look at Stefanski and go, what just a guy. And so, and by the way, it's not just him. Albert has been very supportive of Kevin in our conversations with Kevin.
For sure, yes.
So, I think we just have to resign. There's this whole push of, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Well, if Kevin goes elsewhere and is good, one, that's the NFL, right? Bill Parcells won Super Bowls in New York, then turned around and went to New England, took them to a Super Bowl, and then went to the playoffs with Dallas. I'm not afraid that a good coach could go elsewhere and continue to be a good coach. I think the question is, has it run its course? And I think that's where, to tie this back in with something you and I talked about earlier, the idea of, is Stefanski doing what he's doing in press conferences, or is Stefanski sticking to his guns at quarterback because he's known, hey, I've got this year and next year and beyond? I think it's the opposite. I think Kevin knows you've only really got so many things to deploy. You've deployed the quarterback change first.
Yeah.
Then you deployed the offensive coordinator change. You've got one last bullet in the chamber, and it is going to Shedeur, or it is going to Deshaun Watson.
It's just too early in the season to be able to deploy that.
Don't get all stingy with your bullets, or be all stingy with your bullets.
Yeah, if I were him, I'd say I'd start shooting. You ran out of time. You need to start shooting some of those bullets because if you wait too long, it's not going to matter anyway. Doesn't matter what bullet you have in the chamber.
But you've been honest about this. If Shedeur he actually does play Shedeur and Shedeur looks good, you're not going to give him credit for it anyway.
No, I'm not. And so, but that's how he's boxed himself in. This is where Bomani's dead on in this assessment here, and in a way that I feel like not as many national people are, is the idea that Stefanski in this whole process has stripped himself of any credibility that what he could do with Shedeur is because of himself. When Shedeur's off on the practice fields and he's not even being able to do any actual work with the team, and then what he is able to do when he finally gets to be the backup quarterback is Dylan Gabriel gets 100% of the snaps and Shedeur just kind of hangs out. How am I supposed to believe that you've done anything in making him be better? But on top of it, your initial evaluation, if Shedeur is good and Shedeur showcases his talent and is awesome, your initial evaluation is what's stumping you here.
Yeah, but I think here's what's going to be the catch-22
Dylan
here.
could be better than Shedeur, and being that off of it will deflate every conversation in trying to make Stefanski seem like a wonderkid.
Yeah, for you. But I think for the NFL, and again, I think Ross and Kevin, I think those guys in Orlovsky, I think the guys that control the narratives around football, like Kevin Stefanski, and believe in him. So if Shedeur comes out, this is where I think Bomani's wrong. If Shedeur comes out and plays well, Kevin is going to be able to take a victory lap. Whether it's fair or not, Kevin's going to be able to take the victory lap of, I just knew Shedeur needed some extra seasoning, and then when he was ready, we put him out there.
And you might be right. We got to see how this plays out. You might end up being right, and I'll be mad. I'll be telling everybody I'll be yelling as loudly as I can that this is not how this is supposed to be going down, and there's an injustice happening in framing it that way. But if that is true, and he can actually save himself in the impressions of the rest of the NFL, then what are we doing with Dylan Gabriel? If that is true, and if Shedeur looks good, he could save you, then wouldn't you want to save yourself as early as you possibly can?
No, because I think Kevin Stefanski realizes that saving yourself with 4 games to go or 8 games to go, there's no real difference for you. In terms of saving the narrative on you, I don't think there is a difference, right? Because you're not going to win a lot of games regardless.
The more sample size you have, the more you can actually try to pinpoint and say, I put my imprint here, here, and here. And I would give myself every chance to do that.
Yeah, but you could also say there's less games for Shedeur to fail in.
Well,
so if you're holding on to that for 4 games.
Well, if you're holding on to that, then you don't believe in him to begin with anyway, though, which he might not.
I mean, I think all this comes down to how careerist really is Kevin. Because there have been times where he's made decisions, and again, I think this might just be a Browns problem. I don't know it's a Kevin problem, but Kevin doesn't stop it. Kevin has had his fall guys, right? Joe Woods was a fall guy. He also happened to not be very good at his job.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Van Pelt was a fall guy who really didn't deserve to get fired. Baker Mayfield was a fall guy. Like this organization every single year has found fall guys, except for that first season in 2020. Every other year, they've found somebody to blame the failure on. And I think if you're Kevin, that speaks to, well, okay, even if you're not the careerist, even if you're not the guy throwing people over the side of the Titanic, you're not stopping it. And so I get the sense that Kevin Stefanski's a good dude. That doesn't mean he's above biases. It doesn't mean he doesn't have something against Shedeur, whatever the narratives out there are. But I think his treatment of Shedeur is the ultimate test of, are you looking for a fall guy? How careerist are you? Are you holding Shedeur or Dylan hostage for your own, I don't want to say game, but your own attempts to save your career as a head coach?
Right, but all this should be highlighted, and if it's bias or for whatever you want to call it, but like his insistence on thinking that Dylan Gabriel is a good quarterback and his evaluation of quarterbacks has to get skewed. If you look at Dylan play football, and then if Shedeur comes out there and is good, and it's just night and day different.
Yeah, but this I continue to just
I think
look
that's
for.
where I'm gonna point out to everybody that'll pay attention to me when Ross comes on, when Albert comes on. Like that's what I'll continue to point out is like he has to get dinged for the wrong evaluation in week 5 to begin with anyway, to put Dylan out there and to spend all the time and energy on Dylan in not only since being drafted but also training camp and everything else. Like you have to get dinged for that. That is a misevaluation of the highest order.
I think and again, I'm not saying this is what I feel. I think the response will be, we felt this was necessary to get Shedeur ready and to, I don't want to say keep Shedeur humble because I hate that, but to stop him from being Baker Mayfield 2.0. That's one of the fears they have. They don't want him to become somebody that's bigger than the team, somebody that is tough to control. I think that is the fear. Which, again, I think is silly.
Which is like, great, he turns into Baker 2.0. We have a quarterback. That's how I look at it. You turn into Baker 2.0. All right, fantastic. We're off and running.
216-474-0092. Bomani Jones basically says Kevin Stefanski is in a lose-lose situation with the decision to play or to not play Shedeur Sanders. Dan in Concord, do you think that Kevin Stefanski is in a lose-lose situation going forward?
Yeah, hey, gentlemen. First and foremost, thank you for taking my call. I listen to you guys every single day. You guys are really talented. I think you guys got the best lineup in Cleveland, number one.
I appreciate that. And I anytime somebody says nice things about us, I'm inclined to agree.
I mean, come on. Listen to your voice. I mean, it's great. You got that perfect radio voice.
Gonna make a fat man blush here, Dan.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing with Stefanski's. I mean, it's time. You can't justify bringing this guy back. He's a nice guy, great character. I mean, his biggest failure, besides all the losses, he just doesn't seem to hold players or his coaches accountable at all. I mean, like this past week, the special teams has been a mess for 2 years. He's still defending Bubba Ventrone. I mean, the same crap happens weekly. Dumb penalties at the worst time. The team lacks focus. There's no structure or discipline at all. And this has been going on for 2 seasons, The offense is incredibly stale. It's time. And now he's changed his coordinator twice in 2 years in a row. Last year, they went to Dorsey, and then at the end of the year, they made him the fall guy. And then this year, they're doing the same thing with Reese. You can't bring this guy back. There is just no possible way.
Can I interest you in a gently used 62-year-old John Gruden?
You know what? No, I'm not interested. No, I think there's just too much. I think the organization needs something. With Gruden, he's had success in the past. I think JP mentioned it. I don't know if his time passed him up or,
This is the guy. And McCarthy, I think, would be an okay hire. He's had success. This would be his third time. But I think you need a younger guy, a Dan Campbell guy, a guy who's going to instill some toughness in his team and accountability, all the things that Stefanski lacks. And I would go with Brian Flores. I know that he was one and done in Miami, but listen, Miami's horrible. In the 1 year he was there,
3 years.
They were like 500. I mean, come on, that's like winning a Super Bowl. And then they let him go after 1 year. No, I think he's done an amazing job with the Vikings. I think he's going to be the next guy. I know he's got something going on with the NFL with the lawsuit or whatever. Once that's settled, I think you got to hire Flores, in my opinion.
Dan, we appreciate you. I would love it. And again, he was there for 3 years. I think it was 24-25 in 3 years. They never made the playoffs, despite going 10-6 and 9-8 the last 2 years. I do like the idea of the only candidates that you'll consider for the Browns us. The Browns, rather, is the only way we'll consider you as a candidate is if you're currently suing the NFL.
Yeah, it seems like it's the prerequisite for this coaching cycle.
Like former Browns defensive coordinator Steve Wilkes, part of that lawsuit. All right, you're now in the hopper.
Yeah. Right? By the way, Flores did interview for the Browns coaching job previously, a head coaching job previously, and I don't know that went very well, guys.
What year was that?
This was before the Stefanski one. This was the Hugh Jackson one?
Was it 2019?
No, was this the 2016 one with Hugh Jackson?
That's too early.
2015?
Oh no, 2016 for Hugh is the right time frame.
Yeah.
But remember, Brian got hired in Miami in 2019, so he could have been the Freddie Kitchens year.
Was it the Freddie Kitchens year? All I've been told is he interviewed before, and I heard that it did not go very well, and Haslam was turned off.
Did he say please and thank you? Did he call him Mr. Haslam? Oh, I bet you Jimmy likes to be called. I bet you Jimmy likes to be called Big Jim.
You think so?
Yeah.
Like, hey, Big Jim?
Yeah. Like Tepper used to make Ron Rivera, actual football guy, call him Mr. Tepper. That was my read on it. I never heard it directly from Ron, but he was always calling him Mr. Tepper. And I was like, this is disrespectful. Ron is like a real dude. I would imagine that Jimmy's like, Mr. Haslam's my father. Just call me Big Jim. And he finger guns.
Call me Big Jim.
Yeah.
It's a disaster.
216.
So I don't know. I wouldn't hold out too much hope for that one.
216-474-0092. Has Kevin Stefanski put himself in a lose-lose situation with a quarterback situation? We got Albert Breer coming up at 6 o'clock, but Dylan Gabriel giving you signs of encouragement if you believe in these sorts of things. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
break them. Demi Moore,
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Albert Breer coming up in 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. I went to a wedding this weekend, and I would like to submit something. I'm not big on wedding etiquette. However you want to get married is how you want to get married.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
I went to a Halloween-themed wedding like 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's my favorite wedding I've been to. I didn't know anybody there because it was a work friend of Vanessa. Like one of her mentors was getting married.
Yeah.
And it was the most fun we had. It was the one that ended up at the Scare Factory, whatever the hell they call it, down in Canton.
Mm-hmm.
Loved every second of it.
Yeah.
Not my vibe. I like Halloween, but I'm not like obsessed with that style, I guess.
In the Peterlin household, you're historically not known as a wedding guy, by the way.
Yep. I'll never live down. Not RSVP. Oh, no, I did RSVP.
Yeah. Mark Koch, we invited him to our wedding, obviously, and he was in North Carolina.
Yeah.
So it was far, and he just sent back a 0 with the line through it.
Yep.
No call, no text, no like, hey, can't make it.
Yep.
My bad. Just a 0 with the line through it.
Yep.
So the Peterlin household, we just tend to think you're not big on weddings.
It's I'll allow you to continue thinking that, just in case you guys like get remarried at some point. Not like you get divorced, but like you do the second wedding, like
I don't know.
where you
On
renew
principle,
your
you
vows.
just might not be invited to the second one now. I don't know.
That's fine. I probably wouldn't show up anyways. But
we don't want to put ourselves out there again, Nick.
I didn't mean to hurt you.
We can't handle the rejection twice.
I can't quit you. Now, that being said, I'm not. However you want to do your wedding, do your wedding.
Yeah. Thank you for allowing them to do that, by the way.
This weekend. Well, no, people get very finicky and bitchy about things. I don't. Like, I consider it an honor to be invited. I am very grateful, unless it's your wedding. But this weekend, I was at a reception where there were 5 speeches.
Yeah, it's way too many speeches.
And here's the thing. Multiple best friends for one of the participants or one of the people getting married. Then a family member, and then the other side, another family member and another best friend. And by the way, one of the bride's best friends and one of the groom's best friends are married. How could we not link that up for like a
joint?
But with a 5-minute time limit, right? They could pass the mic back and forth. We could have a lot of really cutesy things. 5, I can't do 5 anymore.
No, most wedding speeches, like 99% of them absolutely stink too. That's the other side of that.
Well,
Public speaking's hard for a lot of people.
Well, and here's the thing. At my wedding, at 25, 26, I didn't remember how old I was. However, I let both of my because I had co-best men. I let both of them speak. Now, I should have just been like, you're going to speak together. We should have done what I thought they should have done with a married couple.
So Elise did do that because her maid of honor, or like co-maid of honor, is their sisters.
Yeah.
And so she just had them, they shared a mic and they kind of passed it back and forth.
See?
And then my best man just spoke and that was it. We're 2 and done.
Yeah, no, I'm saying these are 5 singular speeches that were all written out. And by the end, I will say I was just kind of like, by like 5 minutes in.
It can ruin the flow of a wedding.
Well, here's the thing. It is nothing against anybody who spoke. It's fine. You can do whatever the heck you want. Again, but flow at a wedding, it's hard to get a flow back. And we had a great flow going. It's a very great night. And in the end, you got it back. But man, it took, it was 25 minutes of speeches.
That's way too many.
And also, guys, don't give me the whole story. Give me the bullet points. Just while we're at it. How do you know this person? A funny memory. Why you like the couple, mic dropping out. If you got a great joke that you can go out on, even better.
Well, the other thing, too, though, is that I feel like sometimes these speeches, and where you go wrong in one of these speeches is you focus too much on your relationship with the person and not actually the relationship for why you're there.
100%.
You know, like there's nothing worse than just seeing a couple up there and they're so in love and everyone's happy, but then it's the bride and the maid of honor and they're just talking about how great their special friendship is. And it's like, well, hold on now. I'm on the groom's side. I don't really care that you guys are best friends that way. Like, how do you connect to the couple?
So can I tell you? So Vanessa was one of the 5 people speaking. I'm going to say it, biased. She did the best job.
Mm-hmm.
She did two things.
Yeah.
One, she remembered to breathe. That's all you have to do. To get through a speech in the right amount of time, every time you feel like you're going too fast or too slow, take a breath. I swear to you, it's the key to public speaking. Two, she included like the groom in all of it. She made
Which is
sure
good. That's important.
Like that was like, and by the way, tied it back to her own family.
Perfect.
And I was like, and you know, the guys got a couple laughs, and I was like, those weren't really funny laughs. They were the kind of laughs like when you tell a joke, but you tell a joke in the form of the joke.
Yeah.
So people go, ha ha ha.
Here's the thing.
This is a joke, so we're laughing.
People are dying to get courtesy laughs at those type of things.
Yeah, they are.
I've done a couple best man speeches before. Both weddings did not last, by the way, or whatever that's worth.
The Peterlin curse.
It's not great right now.
The Peterlin pass.
It's not great right now. And like they're the easiest laughs you're ever going to get in life. People, they're just waiting for you to give some sort of. Now, here's what does bother me though, and this is a newer thing, and I probably shouldn't be so stick in the mud about it all. I hate watching people read off their phone.
Why?
I don't know. I think it's because we talk and we just talk and we just go, that I feel like other people should do that as well. And it's not how society works. I get you want to get it right. I get all that. But like even my vows, for instance, like I memorized my vows. I had that all set up, ready to go. And like you just kind of go with it. And I don't know why that bothers me so much, but it always does.
I wrote my vows about 30 minutes before we walked out. And I was definitely 6 or 7 and 7s in.
And you did just go for it or what?
Yeah, I just wrote it out, and but that's the only time I've read. I've given 3 speeches at weddings. No, 4. Every one of them I've riffed. Every one I've kept within probably 3 to 5 minutes, and every single one.
How many best man speeches?
I would see 3 of the 4, and
Are they all still married?
Everyone except for the one that I didn't do the best man one. And in fairness, I had to do that.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Because the best man was the brother of the groom, and he was like, "I'm shy at public speaking," and I called him something, and I took the microphone and
you took the microphone and just went.
I was very annoyed. He was a grown, and by the way, he's like,
you took the microphone and just went.
No. Somebody was like, "Well, one of us has to speak," and the guy was like a little gerbil, and he's like, "I can't," and I was like. I got annoyed because it was my sister's wedding. Fine, I'll just say it. It was my sister's wedding, and it was my brother-in-law's brother, who I already didn't like in the first place. And so it was like your brother's getting married. Sack up. Like if you can't do this for your brother, you're a turd. And I might have called him a turd. I might have put a different word in front of turd.
During the speech?
No. Before I grabbed the mic and said,
that would have been funny too.
And then my brother-in-law
laughs like, he is a turd. This guy does suck.
But my brother-in-law looked at me and was like, you gotta, can you help me out? And I just looked at the dude and I called him a something turd. And then I gave a bring it down the house kind of, again, couple drinks in. Brought down the entire house.
Again, it doesn't
Marriage
kill,
didn't last, but that's okay.
It doesn't kill a wedding. A wedding can be redeemable if you have too many speeches and everything. You just need to shorten these things up and then not make as many speeches happen as all this is. But I'm yet to go to a wedding outside of my own, because obviously they killed. But I'm yet to go to a wedding where like the maid of honor absolutely crushes it.
New idea. 60-second timer on every speech. You have an hourglass. You just flip it over.
What's the penalty for going over?
No, the mic gets turned off.
Okay, yeah, because we need to make something substantial happen. Something.
Yeah.
The mic just cuts off.
Yeah.
Why 60 seconds? We can't give them 2 minutes?
No. I want a sense of urgency.
We're in the hurry up offense in this wedding.
If you hear 2 minutes, you're gonna be like, "Well, that's not a lot of time." But
listen, I don't hate it.
You're still gonna stammer in the beginning.
I don't love the 60-second side of things. Maybe make it 2 or 3 minutes. But I do love the idea of the mic just cutting off.
Yeah.
If you don't have
it's
time
like the gong show. Ooh. Just a giant gong, and the DJs. That's a whole nother subclass of humans.
So I once went to Beijing for one of my good friends, actually the best man at my wedding. He got married in Beijing, right? And those weddings are parties. But they're not just parties. You mentioned like a gong. They're basically like a game show. So like there's like a host that legitimately comes out and they run it like you're watching like The Price is Right. Everything is high electricity. Everything is amped up, high energy, high everything. And like a gong show, it's not out of the equation is what I'm trying to get at here. Like it is.
So we just have to go to China.
It is very different. Yeah, it's very different. You'd love it.
Albert Breer. MMQB, we'll talk about Kevin Stefanski, how quickly he might get a job if the Browns were to fire him. We'll talk John Gruden and lawsuits. We'll also talk about the Browns' curiosity with Deshaun Watson in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to return to full activities within 6 months. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You'll hear the latest from Browns practice as it happens. Basket and Phelps, weekdays at 10, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive in case we missed it. Coming up in just about 45 minutes time. But another day, another healthy dollop of Cleveland Browns football talk to get that in. To talk about the championship standard at Ohio State and whether Albert Breer approves. He's an Ohio State guy. Albert Breer now appears on the Fan Hotline as he does every single week on this show of the MMQB. Albert, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
We're doing all right. Actually, pretty well. If you look at yesterday's show, there was a lot of rage. Today, very mellow, fun show, I think.
Yeah, very chill.
So everybody's kind of put it behind them. Whatever that was on Sunday.
We are on to Baltimore.
All right. Fair enough.
Now, I'm asking you this because yesterday Dan Orlovsky said on NFL Live that he wants to see Kevin Stefanski as a candidate for the Giants job. If Stefanski were fired this year, do you expect him to immediately get a head coaching job this offseason?
I think there's a really good shot at it, yeah. I think he's still very well respected across the NFL, and I think he would, at the very least, be interviewed in multiple places. Now, it can be kind of unpredictable. Remember, Mike Vrabel, his first offseason after he got fired struck out, which I don't think very many people anticipated. So sometimes it can be, about certain things lining up the right way. So I don't know if I guarantee anything, but I would say a better chance than not based on the candidate pool that he would get one.
Is that just because the candidate pool right now doesn't seem very impressive?
That's part of it. I don't know. I don't know. I sort of look at it now. I'm not sure there's anybody who's a slam dunk out there to get one. Do you guys? I mean, I don't maybe I'm missing one. Just kind of going through it in my head right now. But I don't feel like there's anybody out there where you say yes.
I think we might have lost Albert there. Albert, we got you back, bud. All right, we're gonna put Albert on hold there.
Yeah, and he's right. He's right though. That's part of the problems we're having with our discussions is that there is no slam dunk hire. There is nobody that you're okay, they're getting the primo job, and everyone else is playing for second.
But doesn't that take the pressure off you? And maybe it does get Stefanski a job quicker. But the idea that we could that there's no pressure to hire one specific guy, like when you have a Vrabel out there, or you have where everybody feels like the next coach down feels like the third best coach. Let's go back to Albert here. Albert, sorry about that, buddy. What were you saying again?
No. I just I was asking you guys. I don't know. Is there anybody you would view as almost automatic now? Last year, I think going into the hiring cycle, we had a pretty good idea Ben Johnson would get one. We had a pretty good idea Mike Vrabel would get one. But I can go through the years, and I think a lot of years you can say that. There's at least one or two where it's yep, that guy, I don't know where it's going to be, but he's going to get one. I don't know if we really have one of those right now. Can you guys think of one?
It felt like Joe Brady until about 2 weeks ago.
Maybe. I mean, Joe Brady's a really good candidate, but I don't know that there's somebody out there that you would look at and say, no matter what happens, we're going to get to the end of the year and he's going to get one. I mean, even Mike McCarthy, I think, will be in the running for a few of them. But I'm not sure he's a shoo-in either. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for sure. And that's kind of where we find ourselves with, and you're talking about Mike McCarthy. We brought up John Gruden earlier today. People are making Cliff Kingsbury out to be some great coaching savant. And I like Cliff Kingsbury, but I feel like we're doing a lot of stretching here.
Yeah. I mean, some of the candidates, Brian Flores, I think is a really good candidate. You got the lawsuit with him. Does that get in the way? And there just aren't a lot of names where you'd say that's a slam dunk. That's 100% going to be a guy. And you know what it is, guys? It's a product of all the turnover, right? you go through enough of these guys get fired after like 1 or 2 years, and eventually like that well is going to run dry, and that's sort of where we are right now. So, I mean, like, I don't know. I would view Kevin Stefanski as a very attractive head coaching candidate if he were to become available, and part of it is just that, you know, that there aren't a lot of slam dunk names out there where you say like, yeah, like this is going to be a win for us. This is going to be a win. This is going to be seen as a win by our fan base. You just don't have that guy right now, at least not as I see it.
Albert, The Athletic, put out an interesting post today after Green Bay's game last night on Monday Night Football, the loss to Philadelphia. And I don't know if it was report or speculation, but basically said, given that Green Bay's got a championship defense and the offense is faltering, that Matt LaFleur might be coaching for his job for the rest of the season. I just, have you heard anything that the pressure is on Matt LaFleur? Because I'd like Matt LaFleur if he's going to be available.
Yeah, I haven't, but like I can understand where people would get there just based on a couple of things. Like, number one, they didn't extend him in the offseason. And part of that was a product of having a new team president. And so Ed Policy, for those who don't know, is the team president there now. Mark Murphy, who had been there, I mean, I think about almost 20 years, walked away this summer. And so, like, that's essentially an ownership change. And great, like when you're talking about the hierarchy in Green Bay. And so, you know, oftentimes when you've got someone new in charge, there become bigger picture questions about the people who are currently in place and whether or not those guys will make it out of the first year or two with their jobs. Now, it's a little different because Ed Policy was there, and he was sort of Mark Murphy's right-hand man, but, you know, this is his call, and I believe, I'd have to look it up, but I think LaFleur would be going into a contract year in 2027, or in 2026.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So, I mean, I think that's sort of what you're looking at now is like, all right, like, do you extend him? If you don't want to extend him, do you send him into a lame duck year? If the year didn't go well, do you make the decision a year early? I think it's just one of those. It's more like logistical than performance based. But, you know, I also think like when you make a trade and bring in a guy like Micah Parsons, and then you double down on your quarterback the way they've doubled down on Jordan Love, it definitely puts pressure on everyone to perform.
From the people you talked to, what was the NFL's reaction to Paul DePodesta leaving and going to baseball again?
I would say a lot of people kind of viewed it as I would have been fired a lot earlier if I had that record. You know, it's kind of interesting. It's like, I mean, Paul DePodesta didn't live in Cleveland, right? Like, he lived in San Diego. Like, his relationship with the people in football operations, I think, is good now, but with previous people who have been there, wasn't great. And, like, where he made a difference was sort of a moving target. I think people who were fans of his, and there are those people, would say, well, he was just a resource, you know, but then when they're winning, he's central to everything. So it's like one of those things where, you know, when you've got a guy in a unique role like that, there's going to be different views on him. And, you know, there is a little bit of like friction, I'd say, across the NFL community between scouting and analytics, which is natural. You know, but I think the biggest thing is just like kind of some of the people who've been there in Cleveland before would look at it and say, well, you know, we never had great access to this guy. We were really kind of like, I mean, like he was, you know, talking with Jimmy, and then we were sort of getting that information from Jimmy, and it was all sideways, and our jobs were on the line, but his wasn't, and his weren't. We were working here in Cleveland, and he was off in San Diego, and it was just a really weird setup. So, you know, I think, like, you know, it's when something like this happens, it kind of gets people's attention, like, man, he was there for 10 years. They made the playoffs twice in those 10 seasons, assuming they missed the playoffs this year. They'll have made the playoffs twice in those 10 seasons. They'll have one playoff win. They're already over 100 losses. Like, how many GMs and head coaches would have made it as long as he did with that record?
Albert, is the DePodesta move a sign that more changes are on the way for the Browns?
No, because I don't think it was prompted. And so this, I think, was a Paul move, not a Browns move. And so My understanding is their plan is not their plan for right now is not to replace him, which is another interesting piece of that whole puzzle, because I know some people had speculated would Andrew Berry move into that role and then hire a GM? Would they look at the structure of all of it? I know that some people, there have at least been rumblings that Paul had kind of dabbled into into some of the other areas that Haslam has, in advising Jimmy on basketball and soccer too. So, I think because this was a Paul decision. It's not like this was like the precursor to any other moves. And I think, what's interesting now is like what this sort of means for the role of analytics in the organization and how they're going to set that up. Because again, like my understanding is their plan is not to replace him. And does this mean like Andrew Berry's more empowered in certain ways? Does this change the way analytics like fits into the overall structure of scouting? I know AB buys into a lot of that stuff, so maybe it doesn't change all that much. I think it brings up a lot of those sorts of questions.
Is there any idea or thought to the idea, like you just promote Andrew Berry to a higher role and then you have a different GM come in?
Well, yeah, that was what I was saying.
That is it. Okay.
Like you could, if you were going to keep the chief strategy officer role, then like, does that become, all right, like we'll move AB into that role. And if we move AB into that role, then, we either have him hire a GM or have Jimmy hire a GM to go alongside him. Like, I've heard that thought out there from football people, but it doesn't sound like that's the direction the Browns are going in.
Albert, the Browns are not going to open the 21-day period for Deshaun Watson this week, but there's still a chance that could happen as early as next week. 2 weeks from now, Deshaun Watson is healthy and practicing, and looking like maybe he's healthy enough to play. Who would you think the Browns would choose to play first, Deshaun or Shedeur?
Who would I play, or who should they play? Who would they play?
Who do you think they would play?
I think they would. A tough question. Deshaun, I think, because here's the thing. Like, I think a piece of this, and we've talked about this over the course of the last couple months, right? Like, the players know who the best players are. The players know who's going to give them the best shot to win. And with Deshaun's experience and everything else, if he is truly healthy, right, like, and he is ready to go, I have a hard time seeing a scenario where he wouldn't get out there to practice and it wouldn't become like relatively obvious to the players there that, oh, well, this guy gives us a better shot to win, and I don't think it's the wrong thing for the organization either, based on the amount of time that you've and money and effort you've put into making Deshaun Watson your quarterback. And like, look, if you're on the hook for the money next year anyway, it might be good to at least get a look at where he's at, and see if there's anything there, because you have 1 year left with him. Again, you're on the hook for that $46 million. So, like, wouldn't you want to know? Like, wouldn't you want to have an idea of what that looks like before you kick him out the door? Like, I would think you would, but that's just my opinion on it.
So if I were to ask you on a scale of like 1 to 10, how surprised you'd be if Deshaun gets on the field before Shedeur, it sounds like it'd be like a 2 or a 3 for you.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like, I just think, I think like they would. My guess is they'd like to see both of them. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the way I look at it. Like, that you want to get like an idea of where you're at the quarterback position in general. And so, like, let's get a look at both of them. But I think we have to remember this about Shedeur, too. He's a 5th-round pick. I mean, the investment the organization has in those two guys is, like, on different planets. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, one guy you've got under contract for the next 3 years after this year at very low numbers. The other guy, you've only got under contract for 1 more year after this one, and you're guaranteeing him $46 million. It's not even close to the same thing, regardless of how famous the 5th-round pick might be.
Albert, looking to the 49ers quarterback situation, do you think we're getting closer to Mac Jones, Wally Pipping, Brock Purdy, or do you think Brock Purdy's safe for the long term there?
No, I mean, look, like they really like what Mac's done. And I think Mac deserves a lot of credit, like for coming in and playing the way he has. Like I think it's really impressive. I always think that, like, you know, guys like Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield who were able to put their foot in the ground when their career goes the wrong way and turn it around, you know, like, so 100%, like Mac deserves a ton of credit for that. At the same time, like they've been to a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, you know, and I understand there's all this skepticism and doubt over Brock Purdy that goes back to his physical stature and where he was drafted. This guy's been a damn good player for them, you know, like, so, I think when he's healthy that they go back to him. Now, what this does do is this gives them an opportunity to like really wait until he's healthy, you know, because turf toe can be one of those things where there's some gray area. And so I think this gives them the chance at least to take their time and give Brock Purdy every opportunity to get to 100% and not risk having him out there playing on turf toe when he shouldn't be.
Albert, did you see Ryan Day's comments that the championship standard has gone from 80% in Columbus to 83%? I'm loving sicko Ryan Day. My partner's doubting sicko Ryan Day.
No. I'm not, Albert, I'm not doubting it.
He's doubting it.
It just, Nick was like, oh, it's a different Ryan Day. And I'm like, the problem we have with Ryan Day is that in big games is when it feels like he clenches up and isn't really the same Ryan Day.
I've said this to everybody about the way that I follow Ohio State. I will never apologize for having high standards.
See?
No, fair. But like he hasn't shown me he's a different Ryan Day in the process, though.
He won a national championship.
No. Yeah, but since that point,
well, I don't know. That was like, the case. Okay, so he
beat Texas. So like, that was a good win against Texas.
He beat Texas twice. Excuse me, he beat him twice. He beat him in the playoffs, and then he beat him again.
Since winning the national title, he's beaten them once to start off the season.
But isn't winning the national title proving you're different?
No, Albert. Who have they played that's been anything of substance in this discussion?
Washington. I think Washington and Illinois are good teams that were made to look foolish because Ohio State's really good.
He hasn't even beaten Michigan yet, Albert. Come on.
Did you guys watch the Purdue game?
I saw it.
Right. All right.
Domination.
So that Purdue team took Michigan into deep water the week before, right? We treated that game. If you watch the subbing, go back and watch the first quarter of the game. We treated that game like a scrimmage. I mean, it was like there were like backup linemen in there. We're getting like backup linebackers reps. Like we treated that game like it was the middle of August and it was a practice, and blew them off the field by 4 touchdowns. So
you should in that game.
Which we should. But I just think like it's like. I think having some like respect for what you're looking at right now, which is like, we're deep everywhere. Like, where's the hole on the roster right now?
It's a very good team, but if the argument is that Ryan Day is some sort of drastically different head coach, I got to see it in the moments that I've criticized him for in the past.
And it should come in Michigan. But I would say this: like, I think what you saw was like a Ryan Day who was kind of caught up in what people had been saying against Michigan, and the result of that game triggered a Ryan Day who doesn't give a damn anymore, and a Ryan Day who's going to do things do things his way. And like, I think this is me personally talking. I think there's a fifth gear that we haven't touched this year that he's waiting to shift the car into on November 29th. I think that's the date, right? On November 29th. So and I'll also say this: they can't beat them by enough. I don't care what I don't.
Oh,
care
yeah, you got to run up the score. Yeah.
Like I don't care. I do not care. Like they cannot win that game by enough.
We got sicko Ryan Day, sicko Albert Breer. I'm loving it.
He wants to win by 50. I love it.
Put 3 remember me touchdowns on them. Like, and you want to do your little bow and arrow act in the horseshoe. You want to plant your flag in the horseshoe. Like we're going to go up there and leave no doubt. Like I so can't wait for November 29th.
Loving the vibe. Albert, great stuff as always, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Albert.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Albert Breer, the MMQB. He's buying into sicko Ryan Day.
He got fired up there.
Yeah, other than when he won the national championship, isn't the proof that he won the national championship that we've got a new?
You're making an illogical argument here because your whole basis was that we have a new Ryan Day after the national championship.
It was on the process to win the championship.
No. That's not how you ever set this up, and now we ever discussed it. We discussed it as after the championship, we have a brand new Ryan Day, and it's like you've only beaten Texas. Like, do I think he's different? I don't really know. If my biggest criticism had always been during the big games, I got to see a little bit more. I got to see him not clench up a little bit. Then I got to see him play some big games.
Since the playoffs last year, we have a new Ryan Day. There,
right.
I said it.
All right.
We'll react to what Albert had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Who would I play or who should they play? Who would they play?
Who do you think they would play?
I think they would. Tough question. Deshaun, I think. Because here's the thing. Like, I think a piece of this, and we've talked about this over the course of the last couple months, right? Like, the players know who the best players are. The players know who's going to give them the best shot to win. And with Deshaun's experience and everything else, if he is truly healthy, right, like, and he is ready to go, I have a hard time seeing a scenario where he wouldn't get out there to practice and it wouldn't become, like, relatively obvious to the players there that, oh, well, this guy gives us a better shot to win, you know? And I don't think it's the wrong thing for the organization either, based on the amount of time that you've and money and effort you've put into making Deshaun Watson your quarterback. And, like, look, if you're on the hook for the money next year anyway, it might be good to at least get a look at where he's at.
Albert Breer there saying that, and this, again, it's a hypothetical. In 2 weeks, if Deshaun Watson, if the window is open, the 21-day window, and Deshaun is practicing and again healthy, that he thinks the Browns would choose playing Deshaun over Shedeur. And that is a surefire way to take everyone from pretty mad at where the Browns are to, I would say, a level of rage we haven't seen in a good amount of time.
Unless Deshaun stinks, and then we might just laugh at him, and that might be where we maybe meet in the middle, just a little bit, maybe. It might just be a little amusing to watch him just stink up the joints.
The one that would infuriate me is if Deshaun is still not good, but is just good enough to get you a win or two.
And that's the problem. Then it costs you the draft stuff.
Position.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Because by that time, I will care about draft position.
So the hard part of this conversation is that Albert says a truth in that, and the idea that they have spent so much, and it's a galaxy-sized difference between the amount of resources and everything they've put at the doorstep of Deshaun Watson relative to what they've done at the doorstep of Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur is just a fifth-round pick after all, and Deshaun was $230 million and 3 years of everyone's time and putting a lot of equity on the line. So, like, I understand all that. I'm past caring about that, though. Like, you just you cannot put him out there. What do you have to prove there? And in reality, what do you get out of it is the real question here, Nick. What do you get if Deshaun Watson looks better?
You have an excuse to keep him for 2026.
That's it. And I told you before, he's going to end up getting injured because he's an injured player at this point. Like, there's nothing substantial that you're actually going to get out of him looking good for 4, 5, 6 games.
What kills me about this is when Albert says, players always know, which is fair. That is a true statement. Albert and I agree 100% on. But this idea that, the players are going to see that Deshaun Watson's better, and it's like, did we not remember the Deshaun Watson that played coming off the shoulder injury? We were like, well, but if you count the Amari Cooper touchdown, he actually had like a decent game.
What do we have, like that one Ravens game? Is that it? That's what we get to hang our hat on?
Are you talking about from like 2 years ago?
Yeah, that one Ravens game.
Before that was the one where his shoulder injury
that was the one where he went
completely football.
It was like 13 of 14 in the second half or something, or maybe in the first half. I don't remember. But we had that one game really to hang our hat on, and that was about it. And it was like there was just so much bad that we saw. But even again, I don't understand what they think they're going to benefit in putting him out there. If he's good for 4 or 5 games, you're going to throw him out there for all of 2026? That can't be the plan.
They will.
That cannot be the plan.
Again, if Barry and Stefanski are still here, if Barry and Stefanski are still here,
disaster plan.
They absolutely have the arrogance. I hope I'm allowed to say that. They have the arrogance. They have the stubbornness to do that exact same thing.
There's just no way I believe that Stefanski would sign up to go through that again. I really don't. There's a part of me that these guys, they have to be smarter than this. There's no way that they would be this dumb about everything or this stubborn about everything, because this would take like the history of the world more stubborn than we've ever seen a person display to be able to still go back to the Deshaun Watson well because you think there's something that you can get out of it. It is insanity to me.
Also, I just want to go back to, he had a massive shoulder injury that no NFL quarterback has come back from and played and had a successful career from.
It's a baseball injury. It's not even a football injury. It's a baseball injury.
And a double Achilles tear. So, like, he wasn't moving around particularly well before the Achilles tear. He was not the same guy. I mean, we talked about it.
He's had two Achilles tears.
Right in a row. But remember, before the two Achilles tears, when he would make a move, we were talking about it in last year, where he just didn't look like he had the same burst that he had previously.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, wait. So you can't throw the way you used to, and you can't move the way you used to. What is it you would say you do here? Because it's sure as hell not like read a defense.
Yeah.
Well, it's sure as hell not do the not precision throwing, the on-schedule throws.
Also, when is he going to showcase all this talent and ability in these practices? If Dylan Gabriel's the one taking 100% of the snaps, when is he going to showcase
you think
to
Kevin
everybody
gives him
else?
one?
Yeah, what are they going to do?
Hey, listen.
How's he going to actually showcase to all these teammates that he's the best quarterback out there?
In practice,
Albert says he
limited reps. But he was fantastic, and then it comes out it was literally one rep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're going to do. Are they going to cast him off into that other field with all the practice squad players and the ball boys, and then can like Miles look from a distance and be like, oh, that does look good over there? Well, what are we going to do? You're giving 100% of the snaps to Dylan Gabriel. You made it your point to give 100% of the snaps to Dylan Gabriel.
All I'm going to say is, if Shedeur looked really good throwing to the ball boy, and then Deshaun looks really good throwing to the ball boy, maybe we got to sign this ball boy.
You think Shedeur and Deshaun do some combo reps at Baldwin Wallace together? He can join the Shedeur Fridays at Baldwin Wallace?
Well, listen, you don't want to split reps. So maybe Shedeur goes to Baldwin Wallace. Lake Erie's got a football team.
Yeah,
maybe
John
go
Carroll.
there.
Maybe something like that.
Honestly, Wadsworth's still playing. I mean, they're going to the second round of the playoffs. I guess the third round of the playoffs. I'm sure if the Wadsworth Grizzlies, if Deshaun or Shedeur rolled up to Artwright Stadium, I'm sure they could get some reps in there.
Actually, now it's taking me back to where he actually did practice before. Remember, he used to go to the Lake Erie, the Crusher Stadium, and he'd get local college receivers, and he'd go to the Lake Erie Crusher Stadium, and that's where he would hold his practices when the Browns wouldn't let him in the facilities. I wonder if maybe he could do that on Fridays.
You never know. 216-474-0092. What would your reaction be if the Browns chose to play Deshaun Watson this season over Shedeur? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
RobertHalf.com.
Cloudy and windy overnight tonight, low of 33.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to John Fanta, NBC Sports, who joined us at 4:20. He gave us an angry honk today. You want to listen back to that one. Also want to say big thanks to Albert Breer, who joined us at 6 o'clock today. I'm sure we'll have more. I will play more audio of Albert with us. It's a bit of a late interview for us tomorrow. Don't forget, we've got Ashley Bastock coming on tomorrow. We do have Dan Orlovsky at 3 to talk about his Kevin Stefanski love and empirical data. We've got Ross Tucker at 4 o'clock, as we do every single Wednesday. We'll see if he wants to pick another fight. I went into that last interview last week just assuming our dust-ups were a one-week thing, and he was looking for smoke last week.
Yeah, but then he made it seem as if like every time he comes on the show, we're just looking for smoke. So it was. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I don't know.
Very, very dramatic young fella there. Let's go ahead and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, can't believe we haven't gotten to it yet today, but we haven't. The Mavericks have fired GM Nico Harrison. After all the fire Nico chants, after trading away Luka Doncic about 9 months ago, it took a poor start to this season. And really, Cooper Flag coming off his best game, but really just an awful, awful offense, just in the highest order. In order for them to go ahead and say, all right, Nico Harrison, you're now out the door.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if Nico Harrison was a patsy. You don't let a guy trade the face of your franchise in a franchise-altering trade and back him up unequivocally for a team to start, checks notes, 3-8.
Yeah, 3-8.
And fire him.
It looks really bad in Dallas right now.
You fire the head coach. If you want to change it in season, you fire the head coach.
So 11 games in is what makes it so interesting. But Kyrie's out now for an extended period of time. It just doesn't seem like it's going to get corrected anytime soon. I'm shocked at the idea that they woke up and said, okay, now's the time.
I'm starting to believe that maybe, just maybe, more than likely, they told him to trade Luka. I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to believe that the Adelsons want to move the Mavericks to Vegas.
Yeah, that was part of the rumors.
And that was what the Luka deal was that they're tanking and cratering the franchise.
That's an interesting group.
You fire everybody.
That's an interesting group. I don't know. So do you think the NBA had anything to do with the Luka trade in general? Did this help reassure that or no?
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah. I think they saw the Lakers floundering. I think they knew that the Lakers were going to be up on the market because the Buss family are getting ready to sell it. How do you get max? How do you do the Buss family the greatest solid? You get them Luka Doncic.
That's all we needed was to make sure the Buss family gets taken care of.
They are one of the charter families of the NBA. All right, we gotta determine whether Ken is taking a shot at us.
Okay.
Ken tweeted out at 3:53 today.
No, Nick Wilson. No.
Oh, carte blanche.
Oh no, Nick Wilson. Oh no.
Left turn down. Feels greasy to gloat about winning a trade over such bad circumstances. Count me out. We were talking about the Travis Hunter season-ending injury there.
It feels greasy.
Yeah. I wouldn't. By the way,
I don't know that we really did a gloating thing. I think we did a recounting of what happened. I don't know that it was a gloating thing.
Also, the bad circumstance, the injury is the bad circumstance.
It doesn't change the play.
Misutilizing Travis Hunter, that's on the Jags, right? Like you overextended a good player and you kind of turned him into a non-factor, but both on the field and then obviously off the field with the injury.
Well, the reality is that it's too early to talk about winning a trade anyway, this early into it all. But yeah, the early dividends would suggest that the Browns did win that trade.
Remember.
But I don't know. Is this a do-your-job type moment? Is that what this is?
Well, just remember, you can't call for a head coach's job unless you have a 5-year plan for every candidate they might talk to.
Yeah, or else that's irresponsible.
It's also calling for a coach's job is irresponsible. And now you can't analyze a trade because somebody's going to consider it's gloating.
There's just too many rules. I can't live by his rules. There's just too many of them. I like to just go, Nick.
I'm an American. I like to be free.
No, Nick Wilson, no.
Cattywampus. Oh, I did it again.
No.
Oh, Nick Wilson, no.
The Belichick to the Giants speculation has begun. There's all sorts of conversations, but Gary Myers is at the heart of this. The former columnist for the Dallas Morning News, the New York Daily News. He's authored up 7 different books about the Patriots and Belichick and everything in between. And he went on the whole rant about how he knows that the Giants are important to Belichick, and he one of the things that Belichick cares the most about is his fandom for the Giants. Does it feel like this could actually be a possibility? Bill Belichick to the Giants.
Yes, it does, because I think Bill Belichick would take any NFL job if he got him out of Chapel Hill right now.
Nonetheless, his dream NFL job, according to what Gary Myers has to say.
Now, the question is whether their GM, who gets to keep his job in this,
Joe Schoen,
whether he would actually be on board bringing Belichick on.
Do we think the Joe Schoen thing is actually gonna stay? I was thinking about this for a while. Like, it almost feels kind of like a Trent Baalke situation in Jacksonville, where Trent Baalke was able to be there in order to hire on Liam Cohen, and then once they hired on Liam Cohen, it was like, all right, I want James Gladstone, and so then it was like, okay, James Gladstone, you're now in. It kind of feels like that might happen.
All right, guys. I don't know why I said guys. You're right next to me. A Chinese China.
No, Nick Wilson, no.
Biosciences company says a pill made from grapeseed extract could allow humans to live to 150 years.
That's a good age. I like that.
Oh, you're down?
Sign me up.
I would imagine you'd be like, I have a firm out at 100.
No, I like 150. I'm scared of dying. I think about it often. I don't love the idea of death. I want to live for as long as I possibly can. Now, the problem, though, is that do I live like I'm like a 90-year-old for the following 60 years? Yep. And that part doesn't sound great.
Yeah, like because this will be the thing of like, you can't terminate life functions early. No matter the quality of life. Like, if they just keep feeding you a pill to keep you alive till you're 150, and the last 60 years of your life sucks, nah, I'm good, dog. But if through all the different things, I can stay roughly 40, or maybe like if I can even de-age like LeBron to like 30.
I would take even like a 65, where I can still kind of do some. If I can golf. If
we haven't been 65 yet. I don't think we can say we'd sign up for 65
I'm thinking about my father-in-law. My father-in-law is very active. Like, he plays pickleball. He golfs with me. Like, he does a lot. If I have his capabilities, sign me up to 150 for sure.
Yeah, it's funny when people are like, I've had it. Then now the problem is you'd probably have to work to like your 115.
So that's another problem we have. You're right.
Because you and I can't do that. We're gonna be 115 and having sports talk shows. We're gonna end up being like the longest running Walmart greeters in history.
Yeah, they really kind of figured out. Whoever put together our lifespans currently had about the right number all figured out. What I like about how life is supposed to work is that you're supposed to get to that spot where you are like 85 or 90, and
you're welcome.
You've done it all. Yep. You've accomplished everything you wanted to, etc., and you feel good about that chapter closing and ending. At least I hope you do. And so, yeah, extending that may not be the greatest.
The thing I've never bought,
but I would do it if you told me I could.
Dracula movies, when Dracula's like, life is too hard because you live forever. There's no suspense. That's my Dracula.
That was your Jason Segel.
And then and then you're like, no. I'll be honest. If I live to 150, I'll be like, I live to 150.
Can we do the whole Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
No, I don't remember it all.
Oh, man.
Now, that being
I
said,
thought you'd have that at the top of your dome.
Big thanks to Michael Markoch on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jax Gregory, not Drax. Jax Gregory on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Big thanks to Katie Pollack on the 2020s and the 6 o'clock dance party. Strong stuff, JP.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Well, gosh, the morning show isn't going to call for any coaches or gloat about Travis Hunter. What are they going to talk about tomorrow from 6 to 10? We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m., guys. See you then.